Hello, hello, hello. That's the thing that I keep in the back of my head. Whoop, 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 whoop. What's up, chat? I know what I know. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in, welcome in. Let me see if this works. Hey, you can see me. What are these clips from? They're all from Jean-Luc Godard movies. Let me close the door. Oh, Becca closed it already. What is up? Hello, everybody. Hello. Sorry for that little hiccup. Sorry about it. We had some technical issues. I don't know why, but I think it was trying to connect to like the wrong server because my internet is fine, but it was like my bitrate was ass. So it's all good. It's all good now. I like the purple corduroy. Thank you. Thank you. What's going on? Bitchard, what's up? What's up? Styling today, sir. Thank you. Bry guy, thank you. Is that aubergine? You could say so. You could say so. Yeah, I could say it's aubergine. How's everybody doing? I am having a okay day. Having a pretty good day. I woke up. I was supposed to have a tour of a house in LA, not in LA, in Kansas City today. Got canceled. So instead I hung out. Took my dog on a long walk, and he's like limping now. I think he's just faking it. I don't know. He was fine on the walk, but now he's limping. I don't know why. He's a baby, probably. Sorry, Bomi. If you're watching, Bomi, it's okay. Sorry. Sore from leg day. It literally was not even an exceptional walk. I don't know what is his deal. But anyway, we did that, and then Becca and I watched No Other Land, which we're going to talk about quite a lot on the stream tonight, I think. Yeah. But before we get in that, damn, you're a liberal Zionist now. True, I know. I know. Nice. I watched it yesterday too. Yeah, I think a lot of people who are participating in this conversation about No Other Land. I don't think I've seen the movie, which is funny because I watched the movie today, and that's one of my main takeaways after actually seeing the movie is that most of the people discussing this movie have not seen it. So yeah, watched it last night with Nandre too. Yeah, Nandre hit me with the link. Fantastic doc. I also really appreciated it. But we're going to hold off on that convo for a little bit. For a wee little bit. We're going to hold off on that. We're going to pump the brakes on that. We got other stuff to talk about. I don't know. Is there anything you want to talk about? What do you guys want to talk about? Tell me what you guys want to talk about. What are you guys thinking about today? I feel like every time I ask this question, chat is just like, nobody has any answers because you guys are like, you're supposed to bring the topics. You're supposed to bring. I can't talk to people. What the fuck? Oh, Sam Cedar went on Jubilee. I'm scared it's gonna be bad. Actually, we can start there. We can start there because I actually did see a clip from it and it made me laugh very hard. It comes out on Sunday. Dude, this clip is so fucking funny. All right, let's check it out. This is a little teaser, a little taste of the Jubilee. Uh-oh. That's not supposed to happen. Okay. Okay, there's that. There's that, but where's my chatterino? Where is my chatterino? Okay, I think it's fine. We can do this a different way today. I think it's okay. Let me just get a desktop. Where is it? Here we go. Display capture. Oh, there we go. And that needs to go away on the bottom. There we go. Okay. Cool. We're good. Thank you for hanging in there. We do it live. Fuck it. We do it live. What's up, everybody? All right. Yeah, check this out. So Sam Cedar on Jubilee, and I gotta say, dude, this is like, if you're going on Jubilee, having people like this is like your best. This is best case scenario.
About politics, bruh.
Mao Zedong, thank you for gifting a sub to JD Pondon.
Private and
Wait, what the fuck? Why does it sound like that?
public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true.
And same with xenophobia.
I love that look from Sam.
Public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true.
Dude, I love this too, because it's like so indicative. This is like so common. If you actually have a conversation with conservatives, they will just say the most wrong thing with the most confidence. This is like so common. If you ever actually talk to a random normie person, conservative, they will just say like they with full confidence that just wrong. Dunning-Kruger party, dude, Deft, I've literally said this about this administration. Like Trump, Elon, all of them, they think they know everything. They think they know everything about everything. They think they understand the whole world and how it works perfectly. I've said that. I've been like, yeah, dude, this whole administration is Dunning-Kruger. Like, it's just the Dunning-Kruger administration. Sorry, I dropped a little nut. I dropped my nut. It came out of my mic, and I actually kind of need to find it, so I'm gonna look for that real quick.
That is not true.
And same with xenophobic national. Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
Found it.
Xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have.
I hate when I drop my nut. I know, right? But okay, one of the funniest things, like a conversation. I'm not gonna mention any names or tell anybody. You don't even know them anyway. But I had a conversation a long time ago with this conservative, and not only after we got off of politics, we weren't even talking about politics anymore. I literally said, I was like she started arguing with me about Beyonce, and I was like, yeah. She was like, I just really like Destiny's Child. When she left Destiny's Child, that was it, like that was it. And she was like, like Single Ladies, like that song is so good, and that's like Destiny's Child. And I was like, no, that's actually her solo. Like that's Beyonce's solo. And she was like, no, it's not. She was just like, no, it's not. No, it's not. I know what I'm talking about. You don't. No, it's not. And I was like, okay. I was like, all right, I'm not gonna be the asshole that like Googles it for you, but later on, I guess Google it for yourself. I don't know. Like, I don't want to sit here and like, you're just like, you're so confidently wrong. It's just like, I can't deal with it. I can't address this. You know what I mean? This isn't something that we can have a conversation about. You're just like, this is just what you think. This is just what you feel it is, you know? Jubilee is making a middle ground about eugenics. Wait, what is this?
Is allegedly planning a debate that would have people discussing eugenics and whether or not race is connected with
Video Game Royal. Thank you for the tier 1.
IQ. This morning I was
Yeah, this is gonna. I actually have a feeling that over the next year, this conversation is going to become way more mainstream than it has any business of being. We kind of saw it last stream with like Squeaks and Dr. K. I think, yeah. It's Elon. Yeah, dude. No, for real.
Contacted by multiple mutuals of mine who were casted and contacted allegedly by Jubilee Media for a video type.
Oh, by the way, I really enjoyed that stream 2 days ago. Like reacting to the Squeaks and Dr. K conversation. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was like I was thinking about it like for 2 days afterwards. It was like, I think it was a really cool conversation and topic.
Titled 25 white people versus 25 black people. And the prompts that they want them to discuss are fucking insane.
Okay, first off, the whole structure of 25 white people versus 25 black people is really fucked up. Like, black people are not a monolith. You're gonna have 25 different opinions about blackness in that group. Like, what the fuck is that? What is that? They're supposed to like, what? That's just like such a racist like structure of the video. Fuck that.
Insane.
Did you see Uncle Sam on Jubilee? Yeah, that's where we're coming from. We watched like half of that, and then somebody sent this.
Allegedly, the claims that they are wanting people to discuss on camera in a 25 versus 25 format are: 1, do races think the same or differently? 2, would you date outside of your race? 3, does slavery still matter? 4, does IQ and race have a correlation?
Jesus Christ.
These are...
Does slavery still matter? And then we're going to give the mic to the 25 white people. That's really interesting. Yeah, cool.
Once again, Nazi talking points. There is nothing productive about having a debate about eugenics. There is no middle ground when it comes to eugenics. And hosting a middle ground style video discussing whether or not there is a correlation between race and IQ is fucking insane. And don't just take it from me. Here is the listing of the debate on their website. On their
Spectrum Race.
their literal website. Now, they don't have the topics listed.
Allegedly the casting call for it. Should I apply? We're casting individuals of all racial backgrounds to share their experiences and perspective on racial discrimination. I don't think that doesn't sound anything like what she was describing. That doesn't sound anything like what she was describing.
But those are the topics that they have allegedly told people while casting are going to be discussed. Jubilee Media.
Should I fly back to LA to be in it?
Have a coherent culture.
You and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Cedar, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wait,
that was...
how did he deny that? How did he say that was untrue with such confidence when it's the most untrue thing I've ever heard in my life?
That's how they all are. They are so confident, dude. They think they know everything.
That was the part that I found really disturbing. Like, look, people make mistakes all the time.
Yes.
And, we do this professionally and we make mistakes.
Yes.
And the only reason why, I know this stuff is because I do it professionally and we read in, but the level of assuredness that this guy had.
Sam's actually perfect for that one. Yeah. I agree. He is good. I mean, it's also it seems like they found genuinely the stupidest people possible to sit across from him. So
that the federal,
I mean, this is kind of the thing with these Jubilee videos, right? Is that they're selecting the people that are on it. It's not like, Mehdi Hassan debating Elon Levy on Jubilee. It's just fucking somebody who has a platform and a bunch of randos.
Government, that federal agencies were getting tax breaks for hiring black people was astonishing.
Astonishing.
And
yeah, even running to the chair to speak is fake. I think that's a good thing. They shouldn't do that stupid running from the chair thing. Also, apologies for sharing an end wokeness clip with you, but I did find this absolutely fucking hilarious. This is objectively very funny, and I think this reaches across the aisle.
Congressman, how are you?
Okay, thank you.
Congressman, why should men be in women's sports?
Shorts?
Shorts?
Sports. Why do you think
They should not be in shorts.
He comes out. Listen, 15-second clip, the most concrete dunk of John Fetterman I've ever seen from any congressperson. This guy owned John Fetterman, bro. Holy shit, dude.
Congressman, how are you?
Okay, thank you.
Congressman, why should men be in women's sports?
Shorts?
Why do you think
They should.
Dude, him this much movement, bro. He doesn't go. He's moving the entire clip. That congressman seems very spry. No, I know, but look at how he's either going in reverse or going forward the entire clip. It's kind of awesome.
Congressman, why should men be in women's sports?
Shorts?
Why do you think
They should not be in shorts.
They should not be in shorts. Okay, we are not going to watch the entire Theo Von interview. I don't know if I ever will. Maybe if I get thrown on a plane in the next, 2 weeks, I'll put it on. But it's good, actually. I'm sure it is. I think Theo is a perfect encapsulation of a normie perspective, in that he doesn't know shit about shit, right? He doesn't know shit about shit, but he's malleable, I think a lot of people, I don't think we are the target audience. It's whatever. I think he's malleable and he'll switch into and be cordial with everything. I was shocked at how dumb he was. He didn't get any of Hassan's sarcasm. I mean, to be fair, Hassan's humor is very niche. Hassan is constantly speaking in inside jokes of him and his stream. He doesn't really know how to turn off or talk to a audience that isn't already familiar with him. He was so confused when Hassan called Biden Brandon. Yeah, I saw that clip too. And that's how would he know? He said Zell Disney. Yeah, how would anybody know what that means?
It has to tip towards an actual revolution where people pick up and I don't know if we can say this or not, but I
say it all the time. People call me radical.
You don't say it all the motherfucker. You don't know how to say this all the time. Motherfucker, give me a clip in the last year of you talking about how we need a working class. Bring up the clip. What do you mean you say it all the time?
Radical for that.
Really?
When the fuck does this guy talk about revolution? When does he talk about revolution?
I'm a big revolution guy. I've always had little dreams of like or semi-revolutions or like regional or whatever. At least I hope at least I can make it to the regional revolution. Like
I listen every day too. I listen every day too, and I'm always like, oh, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Motherfucker never says that shit.
I understand if I don't make it to the national one, but I want to be on a horseback or at least on a fucking standing next to a count or one of the.
The thing is, Theo Von would never be there. Because I mean, there are micro revolutions happening all the time. Were you at the encampment? I don't know how Hassan responded to this, but like, you know, he's advocating for an apolitical revolution. Exactly. Like for real. He would be duped by the right-wing lies about any mass movement that would potentially turn into a revolution. He would be duped by that shit instantly. And it's also like, bro, you know the revolution's going to be controversial, right? Like, you know the revolution is... Your sponsors, DraftKings, might not be in support of the revolution. You know? I hate to tell you this. I don't think so. Also, like, why you got books back there? I know for a fact you haven't read those. Why you got books back there? You're not a book guy. They're all his guests, I'm sure, but like, come on, dude. You didn't even read it. Anyway, we had some pretty funny clips. I don't think this. Oh my god, I have the hiccups so bad. Oh, I went out to dinner with my family tonight. I'm getting a Caesar salad. Hiccups.
You think that Israel's intentionally trying to kill as many people of Gaza as possible? Yes.
100%. 100% yes.
Well, they're not doing it.
Wait, we didn't get to hear that conversation?
You think that Israel's...
Over 500 students at Cal State Northridge just confronted Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk during his campus speaking tour. Yeah. I don't even know I actually don't know. Nazis in Missouri? Okay, let's check that out. Afton High School vandalized with racist graffiti. The Afton School District said it was working with police in the anti-defamation... Oh, man. The fuck, bro? The ADL? Can we get an actual fucking leftist anti-racist organization to step up to take them out? Like, what the fuck? Why is this school district going to the ADL? To make sure those responsible were held accountable. No, seriously, can we? Yeah, I'm serious too. School staff arrived Friday to find swastikas, the number's 88, meaning Hail Hitler, and the words white power sprayed painted on the school's front wall, Brock said. He condemned the act, emphasizing that such messages have no place in the school district or community. Wait, where's the misspelling? That's funny. Oh, it's WITE? Oh my god. Bro, you can't spell colors? Oh my god. Dude, what the hell happened here? You just combined the W and the H? Oh my god, this is IT power. This is IT power. That's fucking disgusting. Apparently, they got a black superintendent 2 days ago. I'm sure these Instagram comments are very normal. Actually, they are. They are normal. Confirmed Nazis can't read. Yeah, well. Where is this even? I don't even know where this is. Where's Afton, Missouri? Oh, it's outside of St. Louis. It's outside of St. Louis. I'm not gonna lie, outside of St. Louis has some really fucking racist communities on both sides, on the Missouri and the Illinois side. Like there is a fuckload of sundown towns. I told this story before, but in college I actually made a documentary about a sundown town outside of St. Louis, and we just kind of like went there and interviewed people on the street, and we're like, hey, why do you think that the siren goes off every sunrise and sunset? I'm just curious. Why do you think that? And they were all like, oh, well, I guess it's to bring the farmers in from outside. It's to let the farmers know to go inside and that their work is done, I guess. I was like, no, not really. It was interesting though, because we like went to the library and got a bunch of microfilm. Wait, they had sirens? Yeah. Sirens, whistles. These are all like vestiges of sundown towns. And we're like formal, like this is the time black people get the fuck out or we will lynch you. That's what a sundown town is, basically, where non-white people are not allowed in the town after sundown. Yeah. That still exists? Yes, unfortunately it does. There's a really great book about them called by I can't remember the name of the author right now, Lauren something. James Lowen. Here, this book here. Very good book. We interviewed James Lowen for that doc, but it never really went anywhere, unfortunately. I mean, we're just young kids. I was ass at filmmaking back then. I didn't know how to put shit together. You know? I don't know where you're talking about on the Illinois side. Well, where we went was called Columbia, Illinois. Here's a map of the sundown towns. Yeah, you can check them very clearly. So all of these, right? All of these. Freeburg. I'm trying to find Columbia. Oh yeah, here. This is the one we went to. There's a 6 p.m. whistle to warn African Americans to leave the town before dark. There also appears to have been a time where no real estate signs were posted when houses went on the market, so that no African American families would try to buy a home in Columbia. Yep. And to this day, they don't even have the 2022 census data or 2020 census data, but there are 8 total black households in 2010. In 2000, there was 1. There are 8 total people of, about 8,000. So 1 in 1,000 representation there. Very normal. Wait, what the fuck? Freeburg's high school still has the M slur for little people as its mascot? What? The Freeburg. Oh my God. I've never heard of this ever. Why would you even do it? Also, W little people out here fucking protesting. Let's fucking go. What's their story? I mean, not that this matters. It's obviously a slur. But like, how do they justify it? That's what I'm interested in talking about. They're supposed to protect it and not offend anybody. Bully, yeah, they're supposed to be bully free. Exactly. Dude, we need to bring back shame. Supporters of the nickname said they mean no harm and that the name is a source of pride and tradition for the small town. We're not here to make fun of small people, McGraw said. I would have never realized how important it was to so many people until just now when you see all these people. When someone messes with something like tradition, you decide something's worth fighting for instead of letting it go. This guy was like, yeah, I saw them little people out there. They were protesting and it made me even more dedicated to the name. What a fucking weirdo. White men defending tradition. How did that even come about? That's just like really fucking wild. That's really fucking wild. Okay, well, we have more stuff to talk about tonight. We're gonna start soon on the meat of the whole thing. First though, did you guys see this? People on Twitter are talking about this. I actually find this very fascinating. I hate this guy. Armand Domalewski. This guy can suck my dick, but I hate him so much. He's the worst. However, he did post something kind of interesting today. So he said this whole Kamala ran the dream moderate campaign is a fever dream. And then posted this. How did voters see themselves, Harris and Trump ideologically? So this is by Third Way in the Global Strategy Group. It's a phone survey of 1,600 people in the battleground states. An oversampling of 208 Latinos from November 7th to the 11th. Just so you know. And then so it has Kamala Harris on a scale from 0 being the most liberal possible to 10 and 10 being the most conservative possible. Kamala Harris was viewed by these voters in battleground states as a 2.5. Americans have no idea what the left is. Yeah, they said they identified themselves as a 5.6, and Donald Trump is a 7.8. Third Way is the same group that held that moderate Dems next plans for the party retreat, by the way. Lol. That's awesome. Oh, so this is like the data that they showed during that retreat, probably. And they were probably like, see, look, like Kamala wasn't middle enough. When the truth is that Kamala is viewed this way because people are racist. Like people are racist and they're misogynists, and we're in a time where the pendulum is swinging a lot more towards white fragility and white identity politics. So I think that added like a 1.5 or 2 towards the liberal side, right? Isn't Third Way what fascists call themselves? I actually don't know. But, I think it's interesting to see like them describe themselves as a 5.6 because realistically, Kamala is probably like a 6.5, Kamala is actually probably like a 6.57. Trump is probably like a 9.5, if not a 10. But I mean, this is also like a ridiculous we're assuming that the scale encompasses all political thought, and that it's not just like, you know, liberal and conservative, right? Like if we expand this and go to like, you know, anarchists or like communists, whatever you prefer on over here, and then like fascist over here, like Donald Trump is still in 9.510. Kamala just moves over to like 7.6, right? However, Armand is incapable of like, you know, actually making a good take. So of course he says like, you know, Kamala didn't run a moderate enough campaign, which is ridiculous. The problem is not that she didn't run a moderate campaign. It's that the voters didn't believe her. And so here she was stuck in this situation. How I read this is that she was stuck in this situation. Kamala was stuck in this situation where the voters viewed her as a 2.5, as like very liberal, and she did absolutely nothing to advocate for how she was perceived. She actually was fighting against the way that people were perceiving her. You know what I mean? 2024 was a 2020 apology tour for all the progressive policies she lied about. Exactly. That's what I'm saying too, Washington, where people are like people remember those progressive policies from 2020 that she lied about, and they believed those. And then she tried to come out and run this like moderate 7, you know, campaign, this conservative campaign, basically. And people didn't believe her. People still viewed her as the woke, DEI candidate because they listened to fucking Trump. Because Trump owned the media during this campaign, and Kamala was never able to get her position out there. And it's also because her position was not a good one that was easy to communicate. It wasn't a position that got people excited. It didn't do anything. It was just a waste. However, I do find this interesting. I don't know. I'm sure there's some data wonks will tell me why it's wrong, but I do find it interesting. Okay, now we're going to dive into a weird local news story. If you guys don't know about this thing, this goober. LA in a minute. So I guess this guy is he's like a podcaster or something. I actually haven't even heard of him. I don't believe this data, to be honest with you. I genuinely think people don't understand what liberal or conservative means. I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. My mother, who is a normie, and being a liberal is to have a conscience. I think people want specific policies because it affects their lives. Healthcare, lower prices, more pay. Agreed. Raylan spitting. But people don't really know or understand where on the political spectrum that is. I agree. And that's because they haven't been offered it. You know? Like, they haven't been offered it. They haven't been able to vote for it. You know, Bernie is like the closest one. And like I've said many times before, there's a huge overlap of people who voted for Bernie in the primaries of the 2016 and 2020 elections and then voted Trump. And I think that's significant. And it's not that Bernie voters are fucking racist or Bernie voters are secretly fascists. It's that they want something really different than the status quo that we've been given. And they saw that in Bernie and they saw that in Trump. And they were wrong in Trump. And they probably would have been wrong with Bernie too. You know, they probably would have been wrong with Bernie too. But anyway, to this LA in a minute guy, so this is the original video. So his home was broken into on March 1st, okay?
Just kidding.
Let's just watch this one. So he lives in LA. He's like an LA podcaster guy. I don't know.
Came home from my son's baseball game tonight.
This guy's a dude. This is a voice. That's the word. Wait, is this how he sounds on his podcasts? Or is this like Instagram voice?
To this, we had a break-in our house, and luckily everybody's safe, but things were stolen, including a safe with everything that my dad gave me after he passed away, coins, valuables, some baseball cards, things like that. My wife lost some jewelry from her grandma and from my mom, who also passed away. this shit is unnerving and it's not cool. And I'll tell you what else. I was on hold with 911 for 59 minutes.
Bro, I can't believe you posted this. Wait. I haven't dug into this, but I know the cliff notes of this whole story. But I've never watched this video, and I can't believe he posted
59 minutes, and luckily it's just a home burglary. It wasn't somebody dying, choking, that was shot or something. But what happens if it was a real time emergency? Luckily, the police, when they did show up, came. They were very nice, but they mentioned how undermanned they are, and that's a problem.
Yeah, it turns out nobody wants to fucking be cops anymore. Turns out the police have made such absolute fucking fools of themselves, and the jig is up. Nobody views this as an honorable fucking job anymore, and nobody wants to become a cop. Nobody wants to become the enemy of their class. Nobody wants to be a class traitor anymore, dude.
We'll get over this. It's gonna get boarded up. My son's a little unnerved. My wife, I am. We're all unnerved. But this is a problem. This is a real problem. So I'm gonna get into more depth on this, but goddamn.
Yeah, why didn't the police prevent that? So it turns out he wasn't on the phone on hold for an hour. Turns out he was on hold for 2 minutes. He just lied. He just went on the internet and just lied about it. A few minutes can make the difference in a story. LA in a Minute podcast host Evan Lovett clarified a scary situation that happened at his home that resulted in a long wait time for a police response. But the story did not unfold in the way that he described it in an Instagram post that received nearly 50,000 likes. Lovett reported somebody broke into his Studio City home on Friday. When he called 911, he waited on the phone for nearly an hour. But on Monday, he updated his viewers to say that 911 dispatchers actually answered his call within 2 minutes. Lovett apologized for his initial video. It was a mistake on my part, and I think anyone who's aware of my work, my track record, my dedication to the city knows that I would not do anything to disparage the city. He told the Daily News. That's precisely why, as soon as I realized the mistake, I put out a corrective video with the exact timeline of narrative. What the fuck? What do you mean mistake, bro? You posted it's not an oopsie. You just lied. You actually just lied. You just lied.
There needs to be a narrative.
And so what was his conclusion? Why was he lying? Luckily, he has a podcast where he went into it.
But there needs to be a narrative shift where kids and people want to be police officers.
So he's just out here doing fucking free advertising for the LAPD. Also, this is very interesting too. Marquise Harris Dawson, Nithya Raman, Imelda Padilla, Monica Rodriguez, Tracy Park, and Tim McCoster all checked in on this guy. Karen Bass was called directly and was generous with her time. What?
Give a special shout to the council people that did reach out. Marquise Harris Dawson, Nithya Raman, Imelda Padilla, Monica Rodriguez, Tracy Park reached out via DM, Tim McCosker, of course.
What the fuck is this? Wait, what the fuck is this? How popular a podcaster is he? Does it matter, dude? Do you think that any of these people, if I posted a video being like, hey, my friend's sister was fucking murdered by the LAPD, he deserves justice for this. Do you think anyone would reach out to me? Fuck no. Fuck no.
And I'm thankful for them for taking a vested interest. It's important. It's important that they know what's going on in the community. It's important that they try to help what's going on in the community. Mayor Bass called directly. She was so generous with her time. I know she's embattled and has 1,000 priorities right now, but the buck stops with her, and she's accepting responsibility.
Bro, I can't wait for Film the Police to go after her on this. Yeah. Why is Karen Bass deleting her text messages? When flames erupted in Pacific Palisades on January 7th, Karen Bass was more than 7,000 miles away on a diplomatic mission to Africa. Bass headed home shortly thereafter and was in transit for nearly 24 hours as a fire ravaged the Palisades and surrounding communities. Wait, 24-hour transit from Ghana? That seems like a lot. That seems like you had a long ass layover. I don't know what is going on there. How did it take 24 hours from Ghana? If you're coming from Asia, if you're coming from East Asia, I understand, but Ghana's not that. Was she on a boat? Yeah. Right? She and her office have said that she was in consistent communication during that period, but it's impossible to know exactly what she was communicating because her messages were not saved, according to a city lawyer. Her phone is set to not save messages. What? Where the hell is that setting? That's what I'm saying. Huh? I love that they just talk to the press as if we don't have phones. As if they're using some different kind of communication method that we're not familiar with. Like we have phones. What do you mean? We get text messages. We get text messages. Is she using Signal? That's actually kind of interesting. I think she might be using Signal. That's the only explanation, right? Like, or Telegram or some shit, right? On March 7th, responding to questions from the Times, Michelson said that Bass does not save her text messages. He did not respond to additional questions about how regularly Bass deletes her text messages, whether she is manually deleting the message, and how this practice complies with city records regulations. Los Angeles Administrative Code, Section 12.3b6, dictates that most records shall be retained for a minimum of 2 years unless a shorter period is otherwise permitted by law or a longer period is otherwise required by law, or unless consistent with state law, a different period of retention is established by order or resolution of the council. Yeah, that's very weird. That's very weird. Anyway, that's our dose of LA local politics, is that the entire city bureaucracy is lining up to like rub this guy's back after he got a break in. Meanwhile, every single one of those city councilors is overseeing homeless sweeps in their neighborhoods. Wait. Oh, this goes further. So he mentions that every single, like, all of these city councilors call, and the mayor, and then he starts talking about the budget.
Whether it's budget, I've talked to some of the city council people about budget. I've heard both sides of it. Some have said we need more police budget so we could get more police on the streets. A city-wide issue that we all need to.
It's not a fucking budgeting issue. It's not a budgeting issue. They've tried already. They've tried throwing money at the LAPD to try to get people to apply. It doesn't work. If you listen here, like literally, let me look up LAPD hiring bonuses. Yeah, the officer incentive program. Recruitment incentive program.
The LAPD is offering to help pay rent for new recruits. The department's Housing for Hires program offers up to $24,000 for housing in LA. That's to help with the steep cost to live in the city. The department.
So if you get hired by the LAPD, they're going to give you on top of your salary, which is probably close to $100K starting, you get $24,000 just to pay for your rent.
Department will pay the subsidy for up to 2 years for any recruit who makes the grade. A full-time officer's salary is around $80,000 a year. The subsidy will push it to $100,000. The program is funded through the LAPD Foundation by private donations.
Are there a ton of LAPD hogs that live out of state and fly into work? Yes. Yeah, they live as far as like Atlanta or like Virginia.
Contribute to. And that starts, in my opinion, with a strong police force as the background, allocated properly, whether it's budget. I've talked to some of the city council people about budget. I've heard both sides of it. Some have said we need more police.
Fire title today. Thank you. This is legit LAPD propaganda. This guy is not trustworthy. It's incredibly frustrating doing this work, and this influencer starts using his platform to talk about increasing LAPD budget. We can see what's going on here. I hope you all can too. Now this bootlicker is pushing out LAPD propaganda that they are critically short-staffed, and the safe number of pigs for Los Angeles is 10,000? 10,000? He's an advocate of a strong LAPD and wants a narrative shift where kids and people want to be police. Fuck this guy and fuck the LAPD. Yeah, I have to agree. Fuck this guy. And fuck the LAPD. Fuck them both. Okay, this brings us to I have 2 short videos I wanted to watch before we get into our main story. Oh yeah, this is from Film the Police. I saw this too. Thank you for sharing this right now. Yeah, this is just an example of like where, where our city budget is going, right? So this is Meet Detective Bob Rand. Bob Rand. Base pay $146,000, $734. Gets $178,000 in overtime.
Rand making it overtime. $196,000 a year in overtime right there. One person making $196,000 in overtime. Buddy. We haven't seen each other for a while. How do you feel about that? $196,000 you made great. Just in overtime last year. Really? You're really pleasing the city of LA. Wow. $343,000 you made total last year, but $196,000. Are you excited about the event today? I'm actually, you make as much as the governor in overtime. The governor makes $206,000 a year. You make almost that just in overtime. Boy, you're really milking the system. Going to get coffee and the best part about it is you don't live in LA. We both know where you live down south. Where? Yeah. Where? You know where? Come on now. I know, it's a nice little house. We planted some trees probably about 4 or 5 years ago. Got it, buddy. But yeah, that's taxpayer money right there. Biggest welfare cream right here. Bye. Enjoy coffee today. Yeah. There goes Rand making it overtime.
Dude. It's actually like, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like a broken record because I'm constantly pointing to policing as like the main thing that is ruining our city, ruining our society. And it's just the truth, chat. I don't know how else do you justify $350,000 going to this random guy to sit and stand and watch, he's watching a Hollywood star ceremony. They're looting us. They're looting our city. Like, these are the looters. There are looters. There they are. Like, hello. They're fucking killing us. Yeah, the highest paid Candy Crush professional player of all time. For sure. It's just really, I don't know. We'll get out of local politics. We're gonna do 2 national politics videos. One on Trump's immigration battle on sanctuary cities by the Wall Street Journal. I've been really enjoying Wall Street Journal's video content lately, so we'll check that out. And then also another one from Kat Abu about the Democrats. And then we're gonna say fuck that shit, and we're gonna get into some drama. The reason why you guys are all here, the spicy stuff,
place in the Bronx.
Chicagoans are bracing for ICE agents.
An immigration raid in Philadelphia.
The Trump administration is cracking down on sanctuary cities.
We're hitting every sanctuary city right now.
The deportations we're seeing are part of
Pakistani lover boy.
Integrity.
I love drama. I know. You're such a Drake fan, dude. You're such a Drake fan, bro.
Immigration system.
These cities have challenged federal immigration enforcement for years, and Trump sees them as an obstacle to
I'm always clueless when it comes to Twitch drama. Can I get a hint? It's okay. You shouldn't know about this because it's pretty irrelevant, but it is about me. Basically, Bad Empanada is trying to like debate me, but I learned today he's banned on Twitch, so I don't know what he thinks that is going to look like. Like, there's 0% chance I'm trying to go on YouTube to debate Bad Empanada. Like, fuck off.
to his mass deportation plans.
We are getting them out and getting them out fast.
Our jurisdictions are not harboring criminals.
Yeah, I got hella smoke. We're gonna get through it all though. Don't worry.
Quite know what to expect might happen. There has been some enforcement on the ground.
I got big time smoke.
Here's how sanctuary cities work and whether Trump has the authority to end them entirely.
Come on in.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston became a target of the Trump administration for his opposition to its mass deportation.
I mean, to be fair, Kami, I came after him first.
Would you be willing to go to jail for these things?
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that.
If Mayor of Denver willing to go to jail in defense of sanctuary city policy, the list goes on.
If there are things that the government are doing that are unconstitutional or un-American that I think violate my values and our city's values, I think people would protest and I would join them.
Just hours after taking office, Trump signed an executive order that threatened to withhold federal funding to any sanctuary jurisdictions.
Okay, I dropped my nut again. I need to find a different stem. I'm gonna go get my twisters or my spinny things
that seek to interfere with the lawful exercise of federal law enforcement operations. There's no one-size-fits-all definition of a sanctuary city. Roughly a dozen states and hundreds of cities and counties across the U.S. are designated sanctuary jurisdictions, with policies that limit their cooperation with federal immigration officials, according to the Center for Immigration Studies, a think tank that advocates for stronger border enforcement.
Sanctuary cities represent a kind of nullification movement, an attempt to pick and choose what laws can be enforced.
What the Trump administration is trying to do is to commandeer our local law enforcement forces for their purposes.
That's San Francisco City Attorney David Chu, who is suing the Trump administration over its executive order. San Francisco...
Problem solved. Problem solved. See, now I have something else to drop.
Successfully defended its sanctuary policies during the first Trump administration.
ICE agents can enforce laws within the boundaries of San Francisco. There is nothing in our sanctuary policies that prevent the lawful enforcement of federal immigration law.
Trump's border czar sees it another way.
Look, sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals.
What sanctuary jurisdictions do is not cooperate.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, primarily uses what's called a detainer to apprehend someone for deportation who has been arrested by local law enforcement. The agency asks police departments to maintain custody of them for up to 48 hours, and then alert them when authorities plan to release that person so ICE can pick them up. A detainer is a request, and it's common for sanctuary cities to not comply.
What they do is not communicate to ICE subsequent information like this guy's going to be released Tuesday at 2 o'clock.
We provide the fingerprints of all of our inmates over to the Trump administration. If they have a lawful reason to want to detain someone, they can simply provide us with a criminal warrant.
Before you ask, yes, I'm autistic.
Some cities like Denver meet ICE's requests halfway.
Sometimes ICE will write and say, would you please hold Mike for another 7 days because we're coming to get them next week. Under state law, we don't honor that kind of detainer request because we can't hold them beyond their sentence date. If they want to inquire about Mike, we can say we're releasing Mike this.
Yesterday, we got an email from a district manager at my state agency saying ICE was seen at one of our branches and reminding us that our sanctuary duties. I was honestly pleasantly surprised at how serious Oregon is taking it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these things are written into law. Like, this is, This is the mandate that these voters have asked for. You know, there's a reason that these policies exist, and it's because of concerted advocacy and activism by immigrants' rights groups and by normal everyday voters. You know, this is the mandate. Like, we don't want our city governments participating and coordinating with ICE. We don't want to facilitate a mass deportation program. We need to, you know, we need to fucking fight back, you know?
This Friday at 2 o'clock.
The Department of Homeland Security reported in late February that ICE arrested more than 20,000 migrants living in the U.S. illegally in the first month of the Trump administration. That's more than double the average number of arrests made each month under President Joe Biden in fiscal year 2024.
ICE is raiding the neighbors.
The White House vowed to focus on immigrants with criminal backgrounds, although anyone in the country illegally during an arrest would be taken too. Trump also tossed out a long-standing directive that prevented federal agents from making arrests at churches and other sensitive areas, such as hospitals and schools.
The problem with the sensitive jurisdictions policy under Biden was that, in effect, it prevented ICE from doing anything anywhere.
You can't have a safe city if folks are afraid to go to the hospital. We don't want to see what's happened in other cities previously where kids stop coming to school because they're afraid their parents will get picked up out front of the school pickup line.
Even if Trump wanted to put an end to sanctuary jurisdictions, like he said during a January interview on Fox,
we're trying to get rid of them, we're trying to end them, and a lot of the people in those communities don't want them.
The federal government's ability to interfere with state and local level policies is limited.
Even Congress can't just pass a law and say, you know, from now on, there will be no sanctuary cities. This is one of those areas where there's kind of a balance between federal and state authority.
The Trump administration is preparing to take sanctuary cities to court again.
New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today.
The Trump administration is way more organized this time than last time. They're more prepared for the pushback.
I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on in Denver, but we're going to go and we're going to fix it. If you don't want to fix it, if you don't want to protect his communities, President Trump and ICE will.
We are preparing for potential increased ICE activity here. We've made sure people know their rights, know how to respond.
What unfolds in Denver could be a sign of things to come for the rest of America.
Enforcement on people that are here, working jobs.
Maine and the Social Security number issue is nuts. I haven't read about that.
School, families posing no public safety risk to us. That's what we've been worried about, and we're pleased that to date we haven't seen really massive disruptions like that, but we're still worried.
Yeah, path to amnesty. Give these people citizenship. Nobody deserves to live in fear. Nobody is illegal. Also, chat, it is Shut the Fuck Up Friday. That's right. Today is Shut the Fuck Up Friday. Great day. As good of day as any to remember your rights and remember to shut the fuck up.
It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday, and I'm Richie Serjanko, your host, friendly neighborhood lawyer, ready to give advice to some of you that may be hitting the streets, protesting for what's right, and defending what you believe in. First things first, shut the fuck up. The police are not your friends. They are not there to protect you. They are looking for information and gathering things to use against you. You are a target to the state when you take action. If you get pulled over by the police after a protest, shut
the fuck up.
If the police call you, shut the fuck up. If you're stopped by the police on the streets after a protest, minding your own business while you have a ski mask on, shut the fuck up. Do not engage with them. All you say is, am I being detained? Am I free to go? If you're not free to go, then you must shut the fuck up.
True.
Once you're in police custody, it is vitally important to shut the fuck up. You should assert your rights and say, I am not speaking to you, and my lawyers will contact you. You are under no obligation to talk to the police at
Eeyore, thank you so much for the tier 1.
any point.
Hey, I'm sorry.
You should never talk to the police without your lawyer present. Don't talk to the police. Don't talk to them when you're in the car. Don't talk to anyone once you get to jail and in the processing center. You never know who's watching, who's listening, who has been maybe sent there to talk to you. When heading out, and taking the streets, the goal shouldn't be to get arrested. Do not run yourself into arrest. Do not just hand yourself over to the police. There's very little value in getting arrested for the movement. It's best to keep you out of police custody and have you out on the streets because you don't want to become a target, a further target of the state. Once you become in state custody, it becomes much more difficult for you. So you should understand the risks of going out and getting arrested when you protest. And thank you for joining us on today's edition of Shut the Fuck Up Friday. I want you to know your rights, know your risks, and remember one thing. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the cops ever. If you're getting arrested, if you're being talked to by the police, you don't need to talk to them. Maine babies, and also you don't need to open the door. If ICE shows up at your door, you do not need to open that door without a warrant signed by a judge. A judicial warrant signed by a judge. ICE lies. They make up fake documents, okay? If it's not signed by a judge, you don't have to let them in your house. Okay? Don't fucking open the door. Do not open the door. Maine's babies will get social security numbers in hospital after Trump admin directive was condemned. The acting head of Social Security Administration on Friday rescinded and apologized for an order that would have required Maine parents to register their newborns for social security numbers at a federal office rather than the hospital. Is this in retaliation for the Maine governor standing up to him? Or what? For sure. Dudek did not even immediately provide a reason for terminating the enumeration at birth contract. Nancy Altman, the executive director for the Social Security Works Advocacy Group, said despite the agency's reversal, the damage has been done. Without those contracts, Social Security Authority did not automatically know who was born in Maine or who died, Altman said. This will create huge headaches for families as well as Social Security's rapidly shrinking workforce to fix. Confusion came as Trump's DOGE is targeting federal agencies for layoffs and cutbacks. Some of those cutbacks have affected the enumeration at birth program. Doggy. Yeah, doggy. That's fucking wild. Yeah, Snowhawk, we looked at that earlier.
It hasn't even been 2 months, and most Democrats are ready to cede control to Trump. I mean, don't get me wrong, they've had some great ideas. Giving up, playing dead, getting mad at their constituents. But it's not over yet, because Democrats have one last strategy: abandoning their entire base. On Sunday, Politico released this article about a Democratic retreat in Loudoun County, Virginia last month. Attended by staffers, consultants, electeds, and party leadership, this group laid...
Wait, what is this? Ashi Wizuni? Las Cruces student athletes reportedly questioned by Border Patrol on the bus. Student athletes were going to Albuquerque on Friday when reports indicate U.S. Customs and Border agents questioned their driver. However, the driver didn't speak English. According to witnesses, instead of de-escalating the situation, an agent boarded the bus. The reports indicated the agent ignored coaches and demanded information about the students as the coaches tried to explain what was going on. The American Federation of Teachers New Mexico Union released a statement about the situation. Also, I pulled this up so that I could answer your question, Ashi, because this is my answer: is that unions are actually one of the best ways. Teachers unions can have very, very, very clear protocol on what to do in these kind of situations. We've seen it in Chicago, where although it was kind of a weird story where it was like Social Security, or not Social Security, Secret Service showing up to a school. But we covered it on the channel that, ICE tried to show up to a school. These were the reports were that ICE tried to show up to the school. The school did not allow them in. And that was because of the Chicago public school system and the Chicago Teachers Union's policies around ICE. And I do think that unions, especially teachers unions, nurses unions, You can set standards on how you respond to things like this. If you're in a union that works in places like hospitals, schools, places where people are, people are places where people are, you actually don't have to let the cops in. You don't have to coordinate and cooperate. You don't, Thank you so much. I'll try and contact some local organizers I know and find out more. Our district rep is trying, but failing to raise hell as well. Yeah, and also, I've been saying since like Trump first got elected that I think the best way for us to fight back against this stuff right now is rapid response networks. So we should be building them. If they don't exist in your neighborhood, like build them. We need to be having like a dispatch. We need to have a phone number. We need to be like enlisting and putting up signs around your neighborhood that are like, if you see ICE, text this phone number. And we need to have people who are willing to, at a moment's notice, leave their house and go out and stand in front of ICE vans and prevent deportations. And if that's like worst case scenario, but best case scenario, the ICE is there, you follow them around when they stop at a house, you get out, you have a bullhorn, and you make sure those people inside the house know their rights and that they know that they don't have to open the door without a warrant, right? Because a lot of what ICE does relies on people not knowing their rights and not knowing what they can and can't do. So yeah, this is like, in my opinion, if you're trying to like get involved and be the most useful, I would try to find an immigrants' rights organization and reach out to them. If they aren't doing a rapid response network, they probably know of somebody who is. This isn't a new tactic. This like immigration and immigrant activists have been fighting this battle for a very, very long time. So, there's a very good chance that this network, these tactics already exist in your city. You just haven't been tapped into them because, immigration is something that genuinely not a lot of people sign up to volunteer around, unfortunately, but we really need it right now. So I highly recommend you do reach out to some immigrants' rights organizations and see how you can be helpful. Anyway, let's check out Kat Abu. The video is called "Why Are Some Democrats Trying to Be Republicans?"
Laid out 20 solutions to win back the working class. And all of them, at least the ones listed in this article, are various middle fingers. Because instead of reflecting on where they went wrong in Harris's campaign, like not differentiating her and Biden at all, or courting this mythical Liz Cheney superfan, or putting a muzzle on Tim Walz, these Democrats have decided it's just easier to become Republican light. Here are some actual quotes from this Democratic Party victory plan. Democrats should ban far-left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests. This is a pretty obvious dig at an ACLU survey in 2019 given to Democratic primary candidates. Republicans exploited it for culture war reasons. I do think that survey was
Yeah, we love Taylor. Taylor's a friend of the show.
Unnecessary and weirdly worded, especially for a primary. But I'm not sure it's like the main thing we should be focusing on. Also, this point raises a lot more questions than answers. What counts as far left? In this case, would it be the ACLU? Why do you need to control or ban these institutions? And like, how often is this an issue? Are you spending all of your time?
I mean, they mean DSA. They mean DSA because basically people are doing these DSA questionnaires and there are questions on it like, do you support the abolition of the police? Do you support the boycott and divestment and sanctions program for the Israeli government? And these people, typically like activists who try to run for local office and then they fill out these forms with their politics of that time and then they get elected and then they get entrenched in the city government and the democratic structures. And they fucking want to ditch that shit. They said, "Ooh, I really wish I hadn't filled out that DSA questionnaire with everything I believed before I realized how much money I could make by being a pawn of landlords and police."
time doing ideological purity tests. When is the
DSA needs to centralize and split from the Dems. They won't. They won't. I think DSA has pretty firmly planted themselves in the camp of achieve power regardless of the results. Yeah, they get elected, then shift right every time. Every time. And it's because they did, like, DSA is super, super focused and also effective. You have to give them credit. They are effective. They do get people elected. They do win elections. But they have no way of holding people accountable or judging the results of those wins further down the line. And I think they're actually they're like resistant to doing that. They really like to win an election and then totally forget about that candidate forever. And it's really fucked up. It's sad. I've been fighting this in LA for a long, long time.
You saw your children. Okay, this one's my favorite. Democrats should also move away from the dominance of small dollar donors whose preferences may not align with the broader electorate. Excuse me, what the fuck? Small dollar donors? You mean the average American who can only spare like $5 to $10 because they're living paycheck to paycheck? Motherfucker, that is the broader electorate. Also, if you think corporate money and rich people are the answers to small dollar donors, guess what? You're a Republican. Democrats should push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging. Once again, what's the far-left?
I mean, again, like, I of course, like, the Democrats are just trying to become the Republicans. Like, they're just trying to become the old Republican Party. The Republican Party is trying to become the Nazi Party. That's where we're at. You know? That's where we're at. If they can help get Zoran in, I'll take it. I mean, this is how I feel about almost all DSA candidates. He is clearly and obviously the best option in that race. I want him to win, but I mean, look at Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson was supported by DSA as well. Also had very, very little on his campaign, language about policing. If you notice, maybe it's changed. Let's check. This is the one thing about Zoran that I'm like, I am hesitant to talk to him about it, or I'm hesitant to like fully be like behind him because he has nothing about NYPD. You know, like you can search NYPD on his page, on his platform, and he doesn't mention it at all. And I think that's really important, because if you're talking about all these things, you're talking about making like public transit free, you're talking about no cost childcare, like city owned grocery stores. This is all really, really good policy. This is really good policy. I like this policy. I think it's good. It would make the city better. But if you're not willing to stand up to the NYPD and slash their budget by a significant amount and take whatever like blowback comes with that, you're never going to be able to do any of this stuff. You're never going to be able to do any of this. Like, I hate to be the guy, but like, where's the money? Where are you getting that? You know, these things all cost money from the budget. And if you're not cutting from the police, where the fuck are you cutting from? You know? And so, yeah, I think, and it's also like, I understand, I've heard some people make this argument about Zoran where they're like, oh, well, like, you know, you can't say it during the campaign. And it's like, motherfucker, you have to say it during the campaign. You have to make it, you have to win the argument. You have to convince people that it's the right thing to do. You have to convince people that it's the right thing to do. Like, we need advocates for this, you know? Defunding the police is the right thing to do. It is the policy that America needs more than almost any other policy right now. And if you're not going to advocate and tell people why that's an important policy to support, then yeah, you're going to get blowback when you get into office. And if you do it, if you do it after you get elected. We definitely have infrastructure in NYC for getting votes against what the LAPD and the NYPD does. In this interview, he says he only says reduce NYPD overtime and their communications department. I mean, those are good things to reduce, but they talk about NYPD in this. If elected, you would inherit Adams' budget. Where do you see the biggest disconnect and how would you go about trying to modify it? And so he talks a lot about the Office of Management and Budget has sought to create an artificial sense of precarity around cities' finances. Then he says, is there anything you would spend less money on? He says, I would spend less money on the NYPD communications department. I saw that in your release, but this is a huge city. That's a gimmick. That's $5. It's about 6 or 7 people. It's about 80 plus people. I mean, he's right. This is only one part. I want to be a little more specific about large scale dollar numbers. And then I'll go to your question. I also believe we need to bring down the NYPD's nearly $1 billion overtime. I think we need to eliminate that overtime. I think we need to disband the strategic response group. Okay, wait. I also believe we need to cancel the proposal to build what has been dubbed Cop City. Okay. So all the money to fund everything else would come from the NYPD. And he says, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just providing you with large-scale dollar numbers in relation to the NYPD press office. We can all sympathize, but it just seems silly. It's because he's like not saying it full-throatedly. The point of highlighting the press office is more to say that there's somehow always money for certain things and never money for other things. True. Now, New York City's budget, we're looking at a budget that's between what? 114 billion and 117 billion? How much of that comes from the feds? A substantial number. I've seen estimates of a little under 10% coming from the feds. I think there's a much larger portion of Albany's money that's coming from the feds. Regarding SRG, if students, SRG is like their anti-protest wing, essentially, inside of the NYPD. If students are occupying buildings, and if Columbia, for instance, or Barnard, or wherever CUNY does ask them in, I'm not going to be sending the NYPD to an institution of higher education because students are occupying a building. That was Zoran's statement on it. Yeah. I don't know. I just think I think we need to be more strong about that. And I think a lot of people are cowardly when it comes to the police. And I think what we need is like bravery. We need people who are like willing to like actually communicate to people why your money being spent on police is a waste of your money and why that's not a good use of city funding. And I think that those arguments can be made. Those arguments can be made. Police do not prevent crime. Like, police don't prevent crime. This isn't a talking point. It's the fucking facts. If you asked a cop if they prevented crime, they would say no. They show up after a crime happens. And then they shoot your dog, and then they write on a clipboard, and then they leave. And then they never talk to you ever again. You know? Police they don't do anything like what they are given credit for doing. It's really, really, really bad. And it's bleeding our cities. It's bleeding our cities dry. And we desperately need like good spending in our cities really badly.
Here. Also, what groups? That phrase is vague on purpose, but here's a little secret. Behind closed doors, a lot of powerful Democrats and donors refer to the millions of diverse, complex lives that make up our country as the groups. And if that feels dehumanizing, that's because it is. Also, if you think transgender people or Muslims or disabled people had disproportionate influence over the last election, I'd ask how they feel about that. Candidates should get out of elite circles and into real communities, like tailgates, gun shows, local restaurants, churches. Hypothetically, this could be good, but you have to wonder what they mean by elites, especially because we know big donors, i.e. rich people, are good. As someone who monitors political and particularly conservative conservative media for work, I can tell you what it actually means. Academia, artistic communities, the groups. You know, the opposite of real America. Also, how fucking insulting is this? These Dems watched one episode of King of the Hill, didn't understand what the episode...
Who do you think would win in a battle royale between NYPD and LAPD, and how can we set that up? Probably the people of both cities would win. But it depends. Depends on how many casualties.
Episode was actually about, and was like, yeah, we're going with that. If you actually want conservative voters, don't cosplay what you think they are. They'll think you're disingenuous because you're being disingenuous. But if you actually wanted to make a difference, you could use some of those big dollar donors to provide physical aid to people who have lost their jobs because of Trump, who can't access their Medicaid. You could be the tangible lifeboat to the effects of the man they voted for. That would change far more minds than pretending that you know how to shoot a gun. But this leads beautifully into our last bullet. The party needs to own the failures of democratic governance in large cities and commit to improving local government.
Okay, so like again, this is exactly what we're talking about here. If you the way to own the failures of democratic governance in large cities is to admit that democratic governance in large cities has been done on Republican like talking points and on Republican values for the last 20 years. If not more, if not way more, you know? Yeah, like the cities are failing, and it's because of Democrats, but it's not because of like progressive policy. We don't have progressive policy in our cities. You know, we closed our public housing, we closed our mental health clinics, and all of that money has gone to the police. This is not democratic governance, or I mean it is, but it's not like progressive governance.
This is a right-wing dog whistle, plain and simple. Conservatives constantly complain about Democratic-run cities, so that way they can spread racist narratives that increase police funding and surveillance. It keeps their audience paranoid, just how they want them. For Democrats to be saying that is scary. I do agree we need to support and highlight local government way more, but to do that, you need to look at large cities. 80% of America lives in urban areas. Those people matter just as much as the other 20%.
This is why we need a split. I agree.
Moderation. It's soft radicalization.
Are the libs getting it? No, absolutely not. This document that Kat is reading from, the document that Kat is reading from is from like an elite level Democratic, like, you know, it was like, what was it? It was like Third Way, this organization that is like a consultant agency for the Democrats, brought together a bunch of Democratic politicians and lead level staffers for this retreat, and they came out with this like list of takeaways, and they were all just become the Republican Party. It was literally like stay away from small donor donations. They probably don't agree with you on most things. Like, it's like, what? Like, only talk to billionaires is what they came out with.
We didn't lose to Trump because Kamala Harris was too woke. We lost to Trump because the Democratic Party refused to change. They refused to have an actual primary to give voters another option besides Joe Biden. And once Harris was in, they stalled her momentum, reining her in so she didn't go too far left. And it's not because they didn't...
I don't agree with this characterization. I think Kamala was doing exactly what she wanted to be doing. I think Kamala was pandering in 2020 when she had more progressive policy. I think what we saw like in 2024 was the real Kamala, if we're being honest.
Didn't want to alienate conservative voters. It's because they didn't want those goals, those far left ideas, to happen. Most progressive policies are wildly popular if you don't market them like an idiot. For example, the vast majority of Americans would love for their tax dollars to pay for the doctor. The vast majority of Americans want more than a month off when they have a baby, and to be able to afford childcare when they go back to work. They want their tax dollars spent on fixing roads and funding schools and paying for their parents' Social Security, rather than bombs and corporate tax breaks. There is no reason we can't have all of this, except for the fact that it takes a lot of work and corporations would earn a little bit less in profit. And I mean, we can't lose their lobbying dollars, can we? This is why a shit ton of people in Congress, regardless of party, don't even try to make things better. And why even more people in the media demonize those policies. If these policies weren't popular, people like Rupert Murdoch wouldn't have to spend billions of dollars to convince you that they're not. The Democratic Party is supposed to be the opposition party. Yes, we deserve more than a two-party system, but we don't have that yet. So this means right now, Democrats either need to step up or step down. We don't need an opposition party that tries to accomplish the same stuff as the other guys, but a little quieter, a little more polite. There is one way to move the needle here, and we have to do it while we still can.
No, Cat rules. Cat rules. Cat's like super based.
Primary every Democrat who is not doing their job. And guess what? You can do it. You'll either win, and then you can run in the general election and try to make your vision reality in Congress, or you lose. And that sucks. But guess what? Most incumbent Democrats aren't used to primaries. And by running against them, you have jeopardized their access to power, which is the only thing the vast majority of Congress cares about. They should be using their platforms, their voices, their physical bodies to try to stop Trump's agenda, or at least slow it down wherever possible.
Yeah, breakthrough news is awesome. Actually, I have footage coming. I have footage in a breakthrough news documentary about the encampment movement, the student intifada. They licensed some of my footage to use in that documentary, so I'm really looking forward to watching that.
Every single day, not abandon them. And they should publicly distance themselves from any colleagues that are willing to collaborate with Trump. Because if you're spending your time doing shit like this, you should probably join the other side. I heard they love opportunistic grifters.
So I'm sadly very aware of the...
Okay, flashbang. Sorry, chat. No trigger warnings. Just flashbanging us in here with Australian, Greek, Argentinians. Listen, okay, before we get into this conversation, I have to show you this. Okay? Not all Greeks. Not all Greeks, okay? Look at this. Look at these Greeks. Greek students hitting the streets of Athens this afternoon in a massive show of solidarity with victims of Tempe. It is their profit versus our lives. If we stand united, we'll never be defeated. Okay, before we get into this. Based. Also, like, I love this, like, formation they're doing. The Greek protesters got even spicier. Oh, hell yeah. That's a crit. A lot of fire. Whoa, look at this guy. This is like a super cop, dude. What the fuck? This guy's huge. Judge Dredd, yeah. Fireworks. This is why I love fireworks, dude. I love the 4th of July. I love fireworks. I love to imagine what our world would be like. Okay, so I gotta pee. Before we get into all this, before I get cooking too bad, if I don't go pee now, we're gonna be fucked. If I don't pee now, we're gonna be fucked. Let's watch this first. Here, 2-minute video. This is probably not a good thing to leave you with, but whatever.
Body shields. And they're invested. Oh yeah, they're invested, all right. Not in money or stocks, but in black healing.
Protecting black spaces.
Which apparently requires the construction of a Caucasian human barrier.
And that's what we're here to do. It means valuing the space that black people are living in and celebrating that that's their right to have that, and it should be safe. It shouldn't be something that is scary or in danger.
So you guys are protecting it?
Well, we're here to stand as a physical monument, to stand on this space, like, in order to represent the idea that it should be safe.
Alright, that's what's up. So, everyone here is just for that cause?
The people on the line particularly, yeah, and you can talk to the coordinators at the front about why they set that up and kind of what's going on and why they've asked us to stand here. No recording, no video, no cameras in there, inside.
Even though I'm white.
They asked for that, I'm just telling you the organizer.
So, you guys are just basically blocking it off so black people can just have their space?
Yeah. To remind other white people that this is a space for black people, essentially.
All right, that's it. Yeah, my buddy over there, he couldn't film today because he's white, so I'm taking position. You guys are on the front line. What do you have to say about all this stuff going on?
I mean, we're here just to show our support that, black spaces should be for, the black community. That's what they want, and that's what they should have, and it was requested that those that want us to give our support to stand here and basically be a white shield so that others can not have their own spaces corrupted. That's what we're here for. Just trying to do what we can to help show our support and that black spaces are important and that they should be enjoyed by black people for black people. And that's not our job to be interested in there. That's not our space. Our space is to help hold the line.
All right. Okay, that was a good statement. Yeah, I appreciate you.
They're giving out free burritos too, you know what I'm saying, nigga?
Does that mean, no white people are allowed?
I'm not saying anyone's not allowed anywhere. I'm saying that if you want to be an ally, you should know that some places don't require your... don't require your...
Are you going to get in there, though?
No.
Okay.
We're not police.
There are a lot of reasons to oppose the Israeli genocide. Number one, it's a genocide. That should be enough. But if you needed a selfish reason, let it be this. Whatever happens to...
Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I don't know what that video was. What'd you guys watch? What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about it, huh? Ruin the second thought eye bleach? No eye bleach here, baby. We're just full rot tonight, baby. Okay, so 1 in the chat if you're aware of the drama, 2 in the chat if not. 1 for the awares. Okay. I got in a little bit of trouble. I got in a bit of trouble. A wee bit of trouble on the internet. A wee bit of trouble, but it's fine. Because I'm fucking right. I'm fucking right, dude. Okay? I'm fucking right, dude. And you know what? We're going to talk all about it, dude. Are you going to debate him? No, he's banned on Twitch. Where the fuck am I going to debate him? You think I'm going to go on his platform and not be able to take advantage of it myself at all? As if this actually fucking matters and it's not just entirely internet drama? Yeah, it's an interesting conversation, okay? If you want to... Ooh, I do like that. Ooh, yeah, this is a good article to read. Thank you, Carl. So I had a tweet and it got 2.3 thousand likes, 151,000 views. I screen capped Bad Empanada's dumbass video, which we're about to watch. I haven't watched it because who the fuck watches this guy? You know what I mean? But just so stupid. I know the take. Okay. How Hassan Piker helps liberal Zionism. Why is Bad Empanada saying this? Why is Bad Empanada saying this? Because Hassan interviewed the Palestinian director of No Other Land. You might be asking, what? You might be asking yourself, huh? Yeah. No, it is. But during the interview with the Palestinian director, he mentioned that it was also directed by an Israeli co-director. I watched the film today, and the Israeli co-director is a main character. I wouldn't say he's it's not his story. I don't think it is his story, but he's the main character. Okay. This also ties back to This also ties back to this, which is by the BDS movement and the Palestinian campaign for academic and cultural boycott of Israel. So they released this article about the BDS, about this film, okay? And I've talked to other people. I had a conversation with Rawi, Ray K. Can we get a shout out for Ray K earlier tonight? Or can we get a shout out for Ray K? And then earlier today, I had a conversation with Rawi on his stream about this, like immediately after I finished the film. And I was happy to hear from Palestinians about this because I've read this through a few times, and I think there are some things that are is BDS in support or against the movie. They have criticisms, so I don't think. And listen, they're against, but they have criticisms. Yes. However, I don't think that I don't think that this genuinely, I don't think that this asks you to boycott the film. I don't think this is saying don't watch the film. I think they're just providing a lot of extra context to the production, and some of it is kind of like is legitimate. Basically, the main criticisms that I've seen is that the film worked alongside this organization called Close Up. It was produced with the help of Close Up, an organization that is engaged in normalization and that is therefore boycotted by many filmmakers and Palestinian campaign for academic and cultural boycott of Israel. My critique is not of Palestinians who have problems with this film. I think that's valid and legitimate. My critique is with Bad Empanada. And it kind of goes back a little bit. I would say that this started, my critique and like my disdain for Bad Empanada started here. Okay? So it started here. Because, and this was May 13th. This was like, a little bit over 2 weeks after the encampment was destroyed by the LAPD and the Zionist militias. This is in the height of the student intifada. Student protesters at UCLA are still fighting and like trying to reestablish the encampment. And UAW 4811, which is the university's faculty union, so UCLA's faculty union, posted this video. Learn why this former IDF soldier is voting yes on strike authorization tomorrow. We can watch this video here.
My name is Yair, and I'm a graduate student worker in the Department of...
Bro, what the fuck is going on with...
In April, I went back to my home...
Does pirating media align with boycotts, or does it undermine it, and should I avoid even pirating? I think you should see the movie. I think you should see the movie, man. However you see the movie, I don't really care. Also, like, you should read this. Should I read it word for word? I don't think there's anywhere in here that's like, don't watch this movie. Just because it's like on the PC, this is their position on No Other Land. I don't think this is a call to boycott this film. I maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe other people would feel like that is what they're saying. I don't know. I don't feel that. Can you send a link to this? Yeah. I don't feel like it is. I think it's just giving you context and like understanding. I feel like if they were calling to boycott, they'd explicitly state that. I agree with you. They basically say it's not a call to boycott. Exactly. And I think the criticisms are legitimate. I don't know a lot about this organization Close Up. Rawi was telling me about it. From what I understand, they bring in filmmakers from around the region and do screenings inside of Israel. And so by, there's a level of normalization in that on its own, which I understand. I get it. As part of a cultural boycott, artists shouldn't perform in Israel. You know, we shouldn't have our films screen in Israel. I get that. I actually do get that. I just don't think I personally don't think this film normalizes the occupation at all. Personally, I watched this film and I got about 10 minutes in before I was saying things that would get me banned off of this platform. Even though they are supported by the United Nations. The United Nations does unequivocally support the Palestinians' right to armed resistance against the IDF and the settler attacks in the West Bank. And I support them also. And this film solidified. It was very solid already, but it really, really emotionally made me want to fund some doohickeys in the West Bank. Let's just say it like that, okay? And the film it chronicles one character, Basil, who is the director, one of the directors of the film. He was interviewed on Hassan's broadcast earlier this week. He's the Palestinian who is responsible for the film first and foremost. It also shows an Israeli journalist named Yuval, who is in the community for most of the film. We see him in moments of extreme distress where Israeli soldiers and bulldozers are breaking down homes. We see him in moments of calm where people from the village are just sitting around a hookah and smoking. We see him rebuilding homes for the Palestinians illegally. They clearly do not have permits to build these, to rebuild these homes, and we see him laying concrete. And so I just, to me, okay, that matters a lot. And so I think I've seen a bunch of criticisms online, and we're going to go through all of the criticisms. Okay, this actually, believe it or not, is going to be a drama moment where I'm going to do self-crit. And I'm going to sit here and we're going to go through the actual arguments against the film, and I'm going to communicate where I think I land on it, But my beef with Bad Empanada, it goes a little bit deeper, honestly. And I think it really started here. It really started with this UCLA faculty member, this grad student worker in May of last year. And so this video was posted. I'm going to go grab my drink that I made and forgot out there, and then I'll be right back. But I'll let you watch this first.
Country, Israel, to renew my visa. As a former IDF soldier, I've witnessed firsthand the toll of Israeli occupation and apartheid on Palestinians. I was heartbroken to see my country yet again saturated with hate and violence. But the hardest part was the silence. No one spoke against Israel's ongoing war crimes in Gaza. So when I came back to UCLA on April 28th, I immediately went to the encampment. The encampment was a peaceful place of interfaith learning and solidarity. As an Israeli, I felt welcomed and safe. But I've never felt less safe on campus than the days following the violent assault on that peaceful protest. I was shocked by the violence that the UC allowed against students and union members peacefully protesting. My students were brutalized by the violent mob, and my friends violently arrested and held in appalling conditions. I'm voting yes in my union's UAW 4811 strike authorization vote, and I am ready to strike if necessary. The university's decision to unlawfully violate students and workers' First Amendment rights is an absolute betrayal. I urge all UAW 4811 members to vote yes to show the UC that academic workers will exercise our collective power to stand up against this injustice.
Okay. So this is after the encampment was broken down by the police, after Zionist and fascist mobs attacked and threw explosives into the encampment, and we are well past the moment where there is any kind of semblance of people that there won't be repercussions for supporting this, right? At this point in the movement, My DMs are fucking filled with the most insane Zionist vitriol, death threats, everything. Oh, like constantly filled. Why? Because I was at the UCLA encampment and I was covering it every day. Okay? This person is taking a risk by recording this video and using their face and using their identity and support of the encampment and speaking truth to what it was like inside of the encampment as an Israeli. This person is taking immense risk and making sacrifice. Okay? And you can go to this tweet now and read through the replies on your own if you feel like it. Read through the replies on your own if you feel like it. And you'll see a fuckload of people who are like, kill this guy. Like, literally just kill this guy. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's so, this was just so ridiculous to me. The replies and quotes to this are really disheartening. If we consider ourselves abolitionists or students of restorative justice, this is what it looks like. We can't replicate the punitive systems of punishment and harm that got us here. Okay? And this is core to this argument that we're having tonight. This is how I want to frame this, okay? Because this is a very important question for people on the left. Do you want retribution? Do you want vengeance? Do you want revenge? Or do you want justice? Do you want to be right or do you want justice? Like, these are important fucking questions, actually. And to me, it's who I hold in solidarity. Like, you know, this determines who I hold in solidarity. This person, this guy, stood with us at the encampment. He was an IDF soldier. I don't care. I don't care that he was an IDF soldier. If he is doing what he can at this moment, using his platform, using whatever power he has to stand against the occupation, to fight against it, I'm in solidarity with this guy. Okay? I'm in solidarity with this guy. Like, there's a reason that we watch That Dang Dad on this channel, even though we fucking hate cops. It's because cops can quit. You can quit doing that job, and you can change, and you can work towards abolition, and you can fight, and you can make the world a better place. It is never too late. It is never too late to change and to fight. And some people are in that process of changing. I get the comparison, but I just want to say the BDS statement on the film was in very good faith. I agree with you, Craig. I agree with you. We've moved on. I think these are separate criticisms. I have a criticism of Bad Empanada, and then we have the conversation about BDS. I think these are actually totally separate things. These are actually two separate things. I would never levy the criticism that I'm gonna give towards Bad Empanada and his statements against the Palestinian. I think Palestinians have every right to have a discourse, to not like the film, to be, to call for its boycott if they want to. And I would never counter them or say any shit about that. However, whenever it's a white guy who lives in Argentina who's criticizing Yuval, the director of this documentary, who we see for 90 minutes in the documentary being accountable to Palestinian people, putting his body in between Palestinians and the IDF soldiers, taking actual risks, making actual sacrifices. He's dedicated 5 years of his life to document Israeli war crimes in the West Bank and to share it with people around the world. What the fuck has Bad Empanada done? Like, what the fuck has Bad Empanada done that gives him the self-righteousness to call that person out? What has he risked? What sacrifices has Bad Empanada made that he feels like he can make this kind of like fucking criticism? It actually pissed me the fuck off. And it pissed me off the first time I saw it because it was very clear, like in this original tweet of mine here, it's very clear you're just using the Ethan shit is old news. You're just using Hassan to like get your views up, right? You're trying to cash a paycheck. This is obvious. Everybody knows this. Like, it's very clear. But I actually think it's more important to focus on this because he got banned off Twitter. So He's not. He's here. This was probably his response here. You know, this post is from a suspended account. I can. This won't be verbatim what he said. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what he said. But essentially, it was like, I'm not. He said, "I'm not an abolitionist, and I'm not a student of restorative justice. Fuck this guy," or some shit like that. You know, and it's like, yeah, you're not. Like, I know you're not, and that's why, like, I don't really take you seriously as a political commentator. Like, if I'm being honest with you, like, I don't think you come at this from a perspective of like love and compassion for humanity. I think you come at this from a perspective of like fucking anger and retribution and shit. Like, it's gross. He's not even a Marxist. Yeah, I genuinely, I doubt he has any goals or political aspirations. Like, and yeah, whatever. I'm cringe talking about being an abolitionist and student of, yeah, that's fucking cringe. But this is where I come from. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm just explaining to you where my perspective comes from. You know, but yeah, if you need more evidence of this, good night. Oh yeah, here. Once Palestine is retaken, anyone who supported Zionism should be immediately imprisoned. Such racist, dehumanizing beliefs are far too dangerous, and those who hold them would be a danger to their neighbors if allowed to roam free. Like, again, I go back to my original tweet here, which he got very angry at. He got really angry at this tweet. Oh my God, he got so angry at this. Some people aren't actually, so in response to this thumbnail and title, I said some people aren't actually interested in restoring justice or ending the apartheid. They don't want to break down the walls, or they don't want to tear down the prisons. They just want to be on the right side of the wall and holding the keys to the prison. They just want retribution and revenge. Like, that's what it is. You're not here for this. If you replace the word, don't say Zio, that's Nazi shit anyway, but it's Zionism. If you replace the word Zionism with Nazism in his tweet, would you disagree? What tweet? In this, how Hassan Piker helps liberal Nazism? Is that what you mean? The one you showed a second ago? Oh, this one. The once Palestine is retaken, anyone who supported Zionism should be immediately imprisoned. No, the other one about imprisonment. I don't think that's a way to change a society. No, I actually don't. I am an abolitionist. I don't think that like putting people in a cage is a way that you change people's behavior. I don't think that solves anything. I actually don't think that solves anything. Putting people in cages does not, like, that doesn't solve the issue. And we are materialist in our analysis, and we like look past, you know, people aren't evil, right? There's not just like people are evil. Like, there are material conditions that lead to these things. There's a history of colonialism that led to Zionism, you know? Yeah. It's also like, what, we're just going to like build concentration camps and like put, like, do you really think that's going to bring us closer to like a cohesive like one state solution where everybody's living peacefully? I have a hard time with that. I keep empathizing with the victims. I do too. Of course I empathize with the victims. Of course I do. But that's not, that's the victims are like, that's who you're thinking of whenever you're like, you know, who is served by locking people into prison. I think Zionism needs to be fully eradicated as an ideology. I don't disagree with that aspect of it. I do think Zionism is a dangerous racist ideology that needs to be eradicated and, like, you know, wiped off the face of the earth. But I don't think you do that by locking people in cages. I don't think you do that by locking people in cages. I don't. I think you do that with, like, you know, truth and reconciliation commissions. You do that with equal rights. How is justice served? What is justice? What is justice, Carbon? Can you expand a bit on Truth and Reconciliation Commissions? Truth and Reconciliation Commissions were how the apartheid in South Africa was, somewhat dismantled. Obviously, it's not perfect, and South Africa is not a perfect anti-racist society today. I think is something we can learn from. It's not something that is a blueprint. It's something that you can take and improve on and apply to different situations. But I think in general, the ethos and the motivations behind it are very good. So the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions were televised trials that happened after the ANC took power in South Africa, where basically they were like, if you help facilitate apartheid, we're coming after you. We are going to find out who did all of the atrocities specifically. And the only way that you get amnesty or that you can be forgiven for this is if you come forward. If you come forward and, admit exactly what happened and establish a true truth with the entire society, right? Because Israel and Palestine exist in this world right now where there is no cohesive truth. Israelis do not understand the experiences of Palestinians. In any way. There's a Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Canada, but it hasn't done much to help the Indigenous peoples of Canada. Yeah. I mean, it does. It also comes with reconciliation or reparations. It also like it's one tool in a large toolbox is what I'm saying, Also, Robbie, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, buddy. How you doing? We're yapping about a bunch of shit. I hope you stick around. Yeah, Cactus. Right. What do you think justice looks like in your opinion? I don't think justice is retribution. I don't think making somebody else suffer for the suffering that other people have been through. I don't think that's what justice is. I think justice is repairing the harm that was done. Yes, reparations are 100% a part of it. Yeah, justice is repairing the harm that was done. So for the Palestinian people, that is a right to return. That is a right to return. 100%, unequivocally a right to return. Needs to be a part of any, and every Palestinian will tell you this. This is one of the main things that Palestinians fight for. There needs to be a right to return. There needs to be, the reparations, people's land needs to be given back. 100%. Land back, yes, 100%. However, it is not like, and you know what? Honestly, some people probably do need to spend some fucking time in prison. But to say like every single person who has ever supported Zionism, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's a path towards justice. In South Africa, some people went to prison too. Of course, a lot of people went to prison, and some people were given amnesty.
They not like us.
That's how it works. Acid Burns, thank you for the gifted Cult of Eyes.
Acid Burns.
Politicians, right? Yeah, I definitely think politicians like Netanyahu should fucking should get what's coming to him, bro. For sure. 100%. 100%. Truth and Reconciliation Commissions failed. Denazification failed. I don't think it's that simple, man. I don't think it's that simple. I think they did. They accomplished some things. They didn't accomplish everything. It's not a silver bullet. Struggle is not something that you just like arrive at the solution one day in the future. Like it's not something where we just get there and it's over. And now we can relax. It's something you have to continually fight against, like racism, ethno-nationalism. These concepts are things that are always going to, they're always going to exist. The question is in what capacity and how prevalent are they, right? I don't think there will ever be a world where racism doesn't exist, even if we're post-capitalism, Big reason why I can't be a full abolitionist. The very powerful shouldn't be allowed freedom in their crimes. I don't think that locking people in cages is rehabilitating. I don't think it's justice. I think we need to move past this idea. It's barbaric. Rehabilitation is restoring the harm that was done to the victim. What do you do? How do you restore that harm? How do you make that person right? You know, how do you make that right? This is a very different goal than our justice system does, than our justice system operates on. You know? Our justice system doesn't really give a fuck about victims, you know? It's cruelty for cruelty's sake. I think when you start by getting slavery out of the equation, yeah, that's a great place to start. That's a great place to start, but it still doesn't justify the need for for prisons in the United States. Is the reactive vengeful side of me? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think abolitionist political theory has been some of the best, most like important stuff that influences my work. And so that's why I talk about restorative justice and why I talk about abolition when I'm explaining why I'm holding the positions that I'm holding. You know what I mean? So when you apply this thinking to capitalism, your take is that once a revolt is over, we just hope and pray they don't launch a counter-revolution. Capitalists and those who fight for it need prison, not to be rehabilitated or punished, but to protect society until our institutions are set up. I agree with you in a post-apartheid, though. I mean, yeah, I don't. What do you mean? Like, protect society? Like, if we are, like, where would their power come from? How do they get people to follow them? Do you know what I mean? Like, if the workers are like, if class consciousness is wide enough, capital, but they don't have capital. We own the factories. I think revolution should be defended. And I'm not here, like, I'm not a pacifist. I'm not a pacifist. I think if people are willing to fight and, you know, if people are willing to fight and die for capitalism, then so be it. You know what I mean? So be it. They have foreign capital? Oh, so you're talking about like a single, like, national revolution. I think it's more important to think of revolution as an international struggle, personally. But anyway, we're getting way off topic here. So anyway, I had this original tweet. I did want to read Nerdine Kiswani. I have a massive, utmost respect for Nerdine. Okay, Nerdine rules. Nerdine is the founder of Within Our Lifetime Palestine, one of the main New York City activist groups. She said, bad empanada is not wrong, and maybe you should spend some more time listening to Palestinian organizers before you make these sensationalist takes. Even more liberal orgs like BNC, PACBI called out no other land for normalization, and then she linked to the document that we were reading earlier. To Nerdine, I said, I defer to y'all and respect your take here a lot more than bad empanada. I personally... Such a white person thing to say. Nerdine is Palestinian, bro. Check yourself. Check yourself, dude. Are you talking about me? I hope you're talking about me. I think some of the criticisms of the Israeli director are true. The lies he spread are horrid. Speaking about this is about Yuval has a bunch of tweets. Well, I don't know. Was he talking about me? Oh, you are talking about me. Wait, how is this a white? What do you mean? What's white? What's a white person take? What's a white? I am white, so that fits. You said y'all? Okay. Oh, well, come on. We're just poking it for y'all. Wow, we're against gender neutral group pronouns now. I see. Okay. Wow. The anti-wokeness is infecting your brains too, I see. Wow. Black people say y'all? True. Kind of a yikes. It's yikes. I'm fucking, what do you mean? Yeah, it's yikes. I got called out by a very, very accomplished Palestinian person. On my take. I don't think my take is wrong, by the way. I still don't think my take is wrong, but I gave some context here. I personally operate from an abolitionist framework that centers personal transformation and restorative justice. I think some of the criticisms of the Israeli director are true. The lies he spread horrid. But then I see him standing with Palestinians screaming at IDF soldiers in the West Bank and calling out Jewish ethnic supremacy on the stage. And I'm more forgiving. I understand how that dynamic is different for Palestinians, though. I hope you understand. I do hope you understand. I do. I get it why Palestinians would be like, you know what? Like he spread lies about October 7th. I'm never forgiving him for that. Fair enough. That's your place. It's not my place to give forgiveness for you. Wait, what lie did he spread? He talked about like sexual violence on October 7th and has like equivocated the violence of October 7th with the violence of the Israeli government a few times. He has bad tweets. I mean, I wouldn't tweet that. I wouldn't tweet those. I think they're not good tweets. You know what I mean? I think they're not good tweets. However, here's the question though, chat. Are we going to essentialize this guy on a few tweets? Or are we going to essentialize, are we going to judge this person on a few tweets? Or are we going to judge him on the 5 fucking years that he spent in those villages standing in between Palestinians and the IDF? Like, to me personally, I'm going to judge you on how many videos you have yelling at cops. Like that speaks a lot to me personally. And also, we don't have to hypothesize. There is a documentary about this, and you can look and see how the Palestinian village that is being demolished by Israeli bulldozers treats him. Palestinians are not a monolith. Exactly, Neuromagics. Other Palestinians might disagree with her, and we know that they do because he is welcomed and appreciated throughout the entire film. The people in Musafa Yatta are very appreciative that he's there and caring about their struggle and fighting alongside them. They are. It's in the film. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. They ask him hard questions about being an Israeli, and he answers them to the best of his ability. But he stays there, and he's accountable to them. He's accountable to them. Like I don't know what you want. He has privilege. Yes, Yuval has a lot of privilege, and no, he's not perfect. Yeah, exactly. He's not perfect. However, if we're going to sit here and be an Argentinian, an Australian Greek guy from living in Argentina, like I'm going to need to know, like, what do you organize? Like, what do you do? What sacrifices have you made for Palestine that gives you this, this idea that you can criticize somebody who's like actively fighting against Israeli West Bank expansion, who's like on the ground doing that work? I don't understand this. And so let's watch this video, and I'm sure we'll get really hot with it.
Aware of the fact that most of you do not come to the conclusions that you hold about things based on anything more than who's saying it. And people are going to just agree with Hassan Piker because they like him and they have fallen for the aura that he espouses of him being some sort of like unique special radical who's doing something extremely awesome and important. So you're just going to have a predetermined conclusion coming in here that I must defend Hassan Piker no matter what. And you will not be receptive to anything that does not include like a disclaimer at the
we can watch it.
Talking about how awesome Hassan Piker is. But that's not going to happen here. You aren't going to be coddled like a child, so I suggest you just leave now. Either way, Hassan Piker spreads the ideology of Jewish exceptionalism.
I mean, Craig, I would love to have Nerdine on the platform, on my show. I don't think she owes that to me at all. I would, to the point where I would feel uncomfortable asking her, She's a busy person, and I don't feel like I've earned that space in her life at all. We have no interaction besides the tweet that she replied to, But I'm always down to listen to her,
constantly. He leads people away from correctly assessing what needs to be done regarding Israel-Palestine, and ultimately serves to uphold liberal Zionism.
Would you ever debate Ethan in a fucking heartbeat, dude? Are you kidding me? That would be the funnest shit ever.
So, helping to ensure.
Also, I'm not a fucking debater, dude. I'm not a fucking debater, bro. Like, I don't do this shit. This isn't a fucking debate for me. This is like, I'm sorry, but if you, like, you guys have watched my channel for over a year now. The point of this channel is not to come in here and prove that I have the right take. The point of this channel is to get you to fucking organize. The point of this channel is for you to go out and give you, like, to do something and, like, to get out of this Twitch sphere, which I love. I'm a participant in the Twitch sphere myself, but I want to give you tools. Yeah, I want to give you the tools to be able to actually take this knowledge that you're getting on Twitch and go do it in the real world. I want that to happen. That is my main goal. I think Bad and Banana's main goal is to be right on the internet. Also, thank you for showing this. I love Hyatt too. Hyatt's awesome. Go check out Hyatt. I disagree with this take too. I spoke openly about Palestinian resistance and my open support for it. As a result, my apartment got raided, handcuffed, and I was interrogated for hours. The Israeli perspective, the voice of bloodthirsty fascists, deserves zero space in whatever we call the left. Giving even an inch is a betrayal to the resistance in Palestine, to the student intifada, to the militants across the global south working tirelessly to hold their governments accountable. We give no room to fascism. Okay, like, I agree. I like Hyatt a lot. I want her to be successful on this platform, but I think describing, like, and I don't even know if she's talking about Yuval here, but describing Yuval as a bloodthirsty fascist is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Not all Israelis are bloodthirsty fascists. And listen, I also understand, and I've seen a lot of this criticism and this point being made too, that it's like, well, there's like 20 of them. Like, yeah, dude, that's why we should fucking support them when they show up. If there are legitimately 20 anti-Zionist Israelis, then those are my fucking comrades. That's why we should fucking, that's why we should support them. Them being a very, very strong minority is not fucking, like, reason. Did that one work? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, actually, genuinely do go follow Hyatt, though. Hyatt's a really awesome creator. For real, go follow Hyatt. That's not his point, though. Well, let's go see. Hayat.
Solution.
Is that how you pronounce it? Hayat?
Ever actually materializes, it will be one that abides by Zionist terms. Now, I've already covered this in a ton of depth before in this video on my main channel, Jewish Exceptionalism, Liberal Zionism, Jewish Supremacy, how you inadvertently support Israel. In this video, I use Owen Jones as the primary example of this, but make no mistake, this could have been Hassan Piker quite easily. Now, it would have been a bit harder to use Hassan as an example because he's never said anything quite as obviously stupid and as obviously supportive of Zionism as Owen Jones has. But make no mistake, he still upholds this same Jewish exceptionalist ideology that, as I show in this video, helps to uphold liberal Zionism and thus Jewish supremacy in Israel. So, you should just go and watch this video.
I'm just like, again, like, what are you doing? I'm just like, where have you earned this self-righteousness? Like, what campaigns, what organizing have you done that you have earned this? I don't understand it. Why you would think that you are so confident to be able to, like, shit on other people who are doing good work. He wants to be right no matter what. That's what I'm fucking saying. That was the point of my tweet here. Where was it? Yeah, that's the point of my tweet. He's not interested in this. Like, this is a fucking game to him. These are fucking the Palestinians and the Israelis are fucking, like, it's all just like, what is the calculation where I can be the most right on the internet today? I'm so fucking serious. I don't think he cares at all.
Just go and watch this video. If you actually give a shit about anything here, you pause right now and you just go, or you just close this video. Honestly, who gives a shit about Hassan Piker? And you go and watch this video, because you'll be able to correctly identify the sort of stuff that I'm going to be talking about here in what Hassan Piker does yourself, without needing me to point it out to you if you just watch this video. I am going to play the relevant part.
You can be right or you can create progress. A lot of times you can't have both. I disagree with this. I think you can be right and also create progress. And I don't think he's right here. Like, he's gonna, let me just tell you, he's gonna mischaracterize like the Israeli director of this film the entire time. I don't think this motherfucker's seen this movie, by the way. I don't think he's seen the movie. I don't think he's seen the movie.
Parts of this video right here, and then I'm going to explain precisely how Hassan Piker does precisely what I was talking about here. So it's going to be fairly long, but it's very important, because if I don't play this, I would just end up explaining this to you here in a much less structured way than the way that this video explains it. Because the alternative is that I would try to give you the cliff notes of this just off the top of my head, rather than showing you it in a more structured way when I've already done the latter before in this video. And I'd rather do it correctly than potentially make some sort of mistake or leave something out. So here we go.
Yeah, also this is like, he is farming Hassan for views, but it's also like, for the record, if you've watched me for long enough, you know I've made very similar critiques of Hassan. Like, I have made very similar critiques of Hassan. I went on Grimlow's stream during the DNC and screamed at as his entire chat was fucking yelling at me because fucking Hassan was at the DNC and shook hands politely with Charlie Kirk. I do think Hassan is too gentle on people who are against us. I do. I have a very similar criticism of Hassan to this, like to what he's saying. The difference is that Bad Empanada has no fucking concept of risk taking and sacrifice making that is involved in organizing or fighting for a people that you are not a part of. And Yuval is very clearly meeting that metric to me personally. And I understand if he's not meeting that metric for other people, for Palestinians, but for fucking this, I like, what have you built? Again, what have you organized? What the fuck has Bad Empanada ever built? What has he done? Outside of YouTube, what the fuck has this guy ever built? I'm so serious. Like, knock on a fucking door, dude. Go out and try to change someone's mind. Knock on a fucking door. See how far this gets you. It's not gonna, you are lost. Like, I'm telling you, are talking to an echo chamber, bro. You are there. You are out here with your more right than everybody else perspective, and it's reaching nobody who disagrees with you. It's reaching absolutely nobody.
Here we go. Watch all 17 minutes of this right here with me. There is a pervasive ideology in Western countries that is core to enabling their support of.
Here, Rawi just sent this. It's from Israel Frey, who's an anti-Zionist Israeli journalist. I'm sending this video from a hiding place where I'm staying for fear of my life. After hundreds of right-wing people stormed my house and tried to hurt me and my children, messages with extreme threats keep coming, even now. Yes, I am afraid, but I won't break. My name is Israel Frey. I'm a journalist. They went after me because They went after me. Oh, hold on. They went after me because I talked about the need for empathy and prayer for Gaza's children who are being slaughtered. Israel is in dire times. The images from the attack are horrible. The losses are grave. Israel is traumatized. But the trauma and emotions quickly cross the line and bring out what has been sown in us Israelis. What has been shown in us Israelis for years and only grew stronger in the extreme and racist government. In this extreme and racist government, racist nationalism and Jewish superiority. So, like, I'm not familiar with this guy's like whole line of work or anything. I do think like any time that like an Israeli person speaks about specificity of the government, this is liberal Zionism. I actually do think this is liberal Zionism. It is not an issue. The problems in Israel are not an issue of the administration or a specific political leader. It is a problem with Zionism in general and the ethno-nationalism that is baked into the ideology.
בחסות המלחמה, מסע גירוש וטיהור של כפרים פלסטינים. מתנחלים חמושים.
Armed settlers rushed into the village. I just mean the backlash to even this. No, I understand totally, Rawi. Because again, like, yes, this is an Israeli journalist who is doing anti-Zionist reporting. Okay? These are the risks and these are the sacrifices that this person is taking to do this work. Right? Like, and I'm sorry, but we should recognize this and understand what these risks and what these sacrifices mean. This actually is material. This is actually a meaningful thing and should garner your respect. That this person, despite these risks, despite these sacrifices, still is doing this. And Yuval is the same. Yuval is the same.
Of Israel. You've likely felt it, though perhaps without actually consciously perceiving it.
Yeah, exactly. No thoughts. And this is called being fucking like self-aware. This is called being self-aware, dude. Like, congratulations. You know what I mean? This is called being self-aware. They're risking a lot more than I am, so can I judge them? Yeah, exactly. We should think that way. We should. Like, wow, this person is actually risking and sacrificing a lot more than I ever have for this. Like, am I right to criticize them? Or like, you know?
Theology is the bedrock through which anything resembling actually effective action against the crucial Western backing for the state of Israel is nipped in the bud, long before it can even really get close to getting anywhere. It enforces a narrow spectrum of acceptable anti-Israel discourse, excluding from the majority of the public sphere anything that runs counter to Israel's underlying Jewish supremacist ideological framework, known as Zionism.
Okay, well, immediately, we're 3 minutes in, and Yuval, in his speech on the Oscars stage, explicitly named Jewish supremacy. Explicitly said that Jewish supremacy is one of the core aspects and one of the core driving factors of the occupation and the apartheid.
And it's so successful in this role that it even often leads genuinely well-meaning people who want to be pro-Palestinian into upholding what are ultimately Zionist positions. It also even leads them into attacking others who do hold anti-Zionist positions with smears of anti-Semitism, creating a cycle where large parts of the pro-Palestinian movement spend time and effort on obediently policing themselves into complete impotency. This ideology is not often noticed, let alone actually talked about, so it doesn't have a commonly used name. So allow me to coin one. Jewish exceptionalism. This term can be understood literally. It's the idea that Israel and its underpinning Zionist ideology are uniquely justified because they are conceived of as being Jewish. Jews are considered by this Jewish exceptionalist framework to be a special group of people, one that is practically innately oppressed. And this supposed innate oppression is used to spread the notion that Israel, as the self-described Jewish state, needs to be given a special exception from standards otherwise widely accepted as normal. This has become
I don't agree with this. I mean, I don't disagree with this. I think this is actually like a useful term. It describes a very real phenomenon. I don't have a problem with this.
Something of a taken for granted, common sense notion in many Western countries, basically like the sun rising in the morning. And once you really start perceiving it and thinking about it, you see it everywhere. This video is going to be dissecting this idea of Jewish exceptionalism, explaining how it manifests, how it functions, and why, going over a number of different examples to do so. So let's begin here with some general examples of what we're talking.
I mean, they aren't the minority in Israel, so how is he wrong? I don't think he's wrong about this. That's what I just said. I don't think he's wrong about this. I think that in general, like, the Israeli government relies on this idea a lot to justify their war crimes. They think, you know, they present themselves as like always on the defensive. This is, yeah, I think this is solid.
Talking about to help you get a grasp on it. Usually, a country founded in living memory on the massacres.
Just how did Hassan do that, though? Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. I agree. And I'm gonna wait. We'll let him make that argument. You know,
the prior population would be considered quite illegitimate, and the victims of this barbarity widely supported in their pursuit of justice and restitution.
Jewish people have been scapegoated time and time again, pointing out that they're usually on the side of emancipation. That they're usually on the side of emancipation is not exceptionalism. What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean by usually on the side of emancipation? Because that's what Hassan says? Oh, you're getting ahead of the video.
Yet in the West, Israel's founding is instead often framed as an act of self-determination, of liberation, and even of justice. Reality is reversed, with the victims of this framed as evil and anti-Semitic themselves for daring to continue to lay claim to what's been taken from them, simply because their victimizers happen to be Jewish. The idea that any other country should specifically be run for the benefit of one single race.
Okay, yeah, Nura, also, I think this is like unhelpful. Here's the thing, Palestinians can be pissed at every Israeli forever and ever and not impressed with the little good they've done. This is a straw man. Like, this actually doesn't exist. Because, like, once again, there is like 90 minutes of this documentary that you can go and watch. And, like, through the entire 90 minutes, the Palestinians welcome Yuval into their community and understand the value that he has in that space. And that he's willing to use his privilege to help them. Like, they like that. They are appreciative of that. And also, like, Palestinians have never been in this position where they're like, you know, the Israelis are, ontologically evil and must be like eliminated from the world. This is a myth. This has not ever been the position of the Palestinians. In fact, the PFLP, and since we're fucking here talking about Palestinian film and, you know, like how, you know, nobody showcases Palestinian made only film and they have to have an Israeli director attached to it. Well, motherfucker, I have shown a lot of fucking Palestinian film. I ran a screening series in Los Angeles showing specifically Palestinian film. You know, like this is kind of my whole thing. And let me tell you, like we've shown in many of those documentaries, of the dozens of documentaries we've shown, there is in almost every single one a reference to a life past the occupation in which Israelis and Palestinians live together peacefully. Whether it be the PFLP and Resistance Y, in an interview talking about how they're teaching their kids Hebrew so that they can live peacefully together in a society of the future. Like this is a consistent thing with all, like, Palestinians have never been, and Palestinians have always lived alongside Jews. Jews were in Palestine before Israel existed. And they live peacefully together forever. Zionism is the problem here. Zionism is the problem here.
Racial or ethnic group, what is known as an ethno-state.
Palestinians do not need an Israeli to make their truth valid. I 100% agree. And I think a lot of people are twisting this correct opinion. This is a correct opinion. And a lot of people, I think, are twisting this to mean that Israelis who do add their name and their labor to uplift Palestinian voices are somehow like evil for doing so. You know, I think you are correct. However, it's like this is the right opinion, but it's almost like not correct. And let me expand on that before you jump down my throat. It is right. I don't think we need Palestinians, or we don't need Israelis to recognize and appreciate Palestinian perspectives. However, if you're going for something like the Oscars or international distribution, having it being an Israeli-Palestinian thing does obviously give it more credence in the Western world. And that's wrong. I think that's wrong. And we should fight against that. We should. You know, it shouldn't be like that. But I do think it is the truth. I do think it is the truth. I don't know. I've spoken to many regular Palestinians who don't want to forgive and forget. All right, man.
Revulsion among many. But for Israel, this is framed entirely differently, as both justified and a necessity, something that is usually just totally unquestioned. And you'd expect that decades of brutal occupation of millions of people, which is so clear as day and obvious that even Israel's own allies have been forced to admit that it's an occupier, at least in part, would usually be talked about bluntly, matter-of-factly, succinctly, without mincing words. And it would be normal to frame those who fight against this as being in the right. And yet those who fight back against Israel are actually instead denounced in the West, regardless of the actual circumstances. And even mild acknowledgement of what Israel does to its victims is commonly prefaced with a flurry of ritualistically repeated phrases, like denouncing anti-Semitism, affirming that the Israeli
Okay, hold on. Rawi said something. I missed it. My bad. So Nura had an original thing about, you know, how Palestinians, what we're talking about with regards to like Palestinian attitudes towards Israelis. And then Rawi, who is a Palestinian streamer who you should definitely all be following. We'll do a shout out here. Hold on. Where'd you go, Rawi? What the fuck? Oh, here. Yeah, I don't think that's our attitude as someone that actually visited the village itself. Yuval and other did. Who actually visited the village itself. Yuval and others did more than I did, even there. Okay, hold on. Rawi, I'm having trouble reading this. So Rawi visited the village that is shown in the film. That's what he's talking about. Yuval and others did more than I did there and went back and helped more than I did. I don't think that's helpful or an attitude most people in Palestine, PCI, Jerusalem, and West Bank, in my experience. No, it's okay. I'm trying to read it out loud, but
occupier state has a right to.
If I just read it in my head, I think I would understand all of it, but having to translate it to spoken is a different thing.
Exist, and a right to defend itself, and outright denouncing those who resist it. There's also more subtle ways in which this Jewish exceptionalism manifests. For example, the way the pro-Palestinian movement itself often feels obliged to seek.
Also, you guys probably didn't go follow, so here's another shout out. Please go follow Rawi.
Approval from Jewish people, and tends to put its Jewish members on a pedestal, going to pains to cater to them. This is a practice.
Yeah, like I would love to know, like, this is ridiculous, dude. Like, who is doing this? And he's gonna speak in like abstract. He speaks in abstract all the time. Who is doing that? Who is putting Jews on a pedestal? Who is doing that? Who is putting them on a pedestal? Who is putting the Israeli filmmaker on a pedestal? Who is doing this? I want to know who exactly.
That would make absolutely no sense outside.
Give me examples.
Jewish exceptionalism, since it's otherwise completely nonsensical to seek approval and validation to denounce an ethno-state from people who happen to be from the dominant ethnic group of said ethno-state.
Yeah.
Similarly,
no, exactly, punk. I feel like this whole thing is like, oh, well, they're only doing this because they benefit from it, and completely ignoring the genuine like fucking sacrifices that these people are making in order to do this. And again, this is an opinion you can only have if you're separated and removed from this struggle. You understand me, right? Like the Palestinians in Mustafa Yatta, they are there and happy that Yuval is there. You can watch the fucking documentary, man. He's standing in solidarity with them the entire time.
Arguments are often had about what percentage of Jewish people worldwide are Zionists and support Israel, as if to say that whether Zionism and Israel are acceptable or not depends on what people who are of the group that Zionism exists to benefit think of it. It's only due to Jewish exceptionalism that arguments like this can seem reasonable rather than insane, as the reality is that even if every single Jewish person was a Zionist, it would still be a fundamentally abhorrent ideology. Once you remove that element, the argument makes about as much sense as going back to Germany in 1940 and saying that Nazism was legitimate because a majority of Germans.
Yes, many lost family members, and that's also something I agree. And this is why I will always have the utmost respect. You do say Mustafa Yatta in a very Israeli way. I'll own that. I'll own that. I do not know how to say. My Arabic is non-existent. I don't know Arabic, so. Anyway, Kusa, I was talking to you. That's funny. That was cold. I know, bro. It's okay. I deserve it. It's whatever. Kusa is right though. This is like we should not be like American Jews who are anti-Zionist are risking more than I am. My parents don't have a strong like opinion about Israel, you know? I didn't have to go through a process whenever I made a friend from Gaza when I was 19 years old, and he broke my brain on this situation and dedicated me as an activist for this. I didn't have to go through that process of, dealing with my family and all this shit. Like, I didn't have to do that because I'm not Jewish. And so I understand and I respect my Jewish brothers and sisters who fight for this despite the risks and despite the sacrifices. That makes me respect their activism more. You understand? And I feel the same way about Israelis. Anti-Zionist Israelis, I know, are making incredible sacrifice and taking extreme risk to do that and to fight for what is right. And for that, they will always have my solidarity. They will always have my solidarity. If you're on the fucking ground doing the work, I'm in solidarity with you.
Supported it. You'd think that it would make more sense to poll the victims rather than the potential beneficiaries. Those are just some of the examples of how this manifests. The fundamental bedrock of all of those examples is the assumption that Israel must be conceived of differently and be considered a special exception to normal standards because it's majority Jewish. And throughout this video, we're going to be going over and dissecting many more examples that are much more specific than those. But suffice to say, this heavily limits
literally two-based. Literally, yes.
Talk about Israel, and ultimately serves to lead people away from understanding the meat and bones of why Israel is how it is and the root causes of the things that it.
My lawyer, who is an American Jewish pro-Palestinian, liberal Zionist even, got the Israeli consul in his ass, literally told him he is being watched for his support of the Palestine diaspora in the city, yeah.
Does, which in turn prevents us from even thinking about fighting against it as effectively as possible. And that's precisely why Jewish exceptionalism is enforced. Jewish exceptionalism is spread and used by the Western media, Western governments, NGOs, lobbying groups, activists, and other such allies to enforce so-called liberal or left Zionism as the allowed mainstream limit of respectable left-leaning opinion on the Israel-Palestine issue. These liberal Zionist positions are then presented by them as actually being pro-Palestinian, and any notion that this may not actually be the case is kept as far out of frame as possible. This, in turn, ensures that the ideology of Jewish supremacy that is inherent to Zionism can continue in the land of Palestine, because liberal or left Zionism is still Zionism, so it's still completely on board with the Jewish supremacist fundamentals of the Israeli ethno-nationalist project, which are the entire root of the problem. I need a quick aside here to explain what...
No, left Zionism, I think, does exist. And I think, liberal Zionism 100% does exist. Ethan is a liberal Zionist. Where he's like, well, I have no ill will against the Palestinians. I just, it's basically, you can boil liberal left, quote-unquote, left Zionism down to, I don't want the government to be, attacking the Israeli or the Palestinians. It makes me feel bad, but I also just wish they didn't exist, right? I wish this land was empty, like I was told it was. I wish it was this. I really wish we could have the Jewish ethno-state without the ethnic cleansing. It's all just wish casting. It's not actually grappling with the reality on the ground. It's just wish casting, right? And that's why I don't think that this concept or this label of liberal Zionist, I don't think this applies to Yuval. I don't think people who are liberal Zionists talk about Jewish supremacy and ethno-nationalism.
What liberal Zionism and left Zionism are before moving on, and I'll be going into further depth on this later as well. These are ideologies that seek to blend supposedly liberal or left-wing principles with Zionism, but that means that they still fundamentally believe in the innately repressive and unjust founding tenets of Zionism.
Also, guys, a lot of people are doing this. Zio is not an acceptable term. You can say Zionist. You can say Zionist. Nazis use Zio. They just let them have that. Don't say Zios. It's okay. I know a lot of people don't know about Nazi dog whistles, but it is what it is. We can it's not even I know you're not a Nazi, but to people outside of this community who might be reading the chat, it just doesn't look, it's not good. So just say Zionist. It's fine. We know what you're talking about. It's not even that many words. Or not even that many more letters.
In the state of Israel, namely that it should and must be a state that exists to benefit those it considers Jewish.
Is it fair that I count Hassan as the blanket come listen, let me tell you things starting place, and a lot of streamers like Empanada, Mike from PIU, and Denims is more specific areas? I mean, I guess, I don't know. This is the other thing, I don't really fucking I don't watch Bad Empanada's shit, dude. I've never respected his opinion. I'm not familiar with him. That's why I'm like, please, if you guys know of any organizing or on the ground, like actual movement that he's ever been a part of, I would love to know about it. It would be my first question if we had a conversation. You know, where do you come to? Where have you come to this like conflict from? How did you arrive to these opinions that you have? You know, like where did you come? Where does this come from? Are you involved in any organizations? Like, are you involved in like? Have you ever built anything of any meaning? I'm just curious. Like, I don't know. It's possible that it exists. I don't know about it.
Over others, and that it thus must give special privileges to those considered to be a part of that group, and that it must take active measures to ensure that it maintains a sizable Jewish ethnic majority as a matter of official policy, regardless of who else is harmed by this. This is an innately genocidal ideology, given that it requires that the previous society be practically erased in order for it to be implemented. But liberal and left Zionists feel kind of bad about the fact that their ethnic supremacist ambitions necessarily come at the expense of Palestinians, who had to be expelled and murdered en masse to enable this project to exist. And since these victims have refused to go quietly, refusing to renounce their claim to their homeland and continuing to fight back against Israel, Israel has also needed to keep oppressing them so that its ethno-nationalist project can continue. So liberal and left Zionists attempt to assuage the guilt they feel for this by advocating for marginally better treatment of Palestinians, but only within the heavily limited confines that their overarching Zionist belief system allows them. It's also very common that
when does he actually start talking about shit? Okay, here. We're skipping.
All Israelis adhere to, not just Netanyahu. And these limits on our speech are mainly achieved through the enforcement of Jewish exceptionalism.
Okay, Elias, that's more than enough. So yes, I'm well aware that Hassan loudly proclaims himself as a supporter of the one-state solution, and that, well, at least when criticizing Ethan Klein, he calls out liberal Zionism. But those are words, those are slogans, they aren't practice. In practice,
Again, what the fuck are you doing? Where's your practice? Where is your practice? Everything you do is words. The fuck are you talking about?
Upholds this framework of Jewish exceptionalism and leads people astray from identifying what the actual problems are and from being able to even conceive of them, let alone effectively fight them. And this is a post also from people who are his fans. So the people who posted this also clearly thought that this was like a really good thing that he did here. It was a good thing for him to say. It was a good thing for him to post. And the context of them posting this is basically like Ethan Klein constantly like accuses Hassan Piker of like not caring about Israelis.
Yeah, exactly. Our land, like I'm fucking losing it, bro. What has he risked? What has he sacrificed? Where is this coming from? Like, I don't understand where he thinks he has this place to criticize a Israeli director who is putting his body in between Palestinians and Israeli soldiers. Where the fuck do you get the gall, dude? It's so insane to me.
Caring about Israeli voices and stuff like that. Now, a non-Jewish exceptionalist response to that sort of rhetoric would be to say, I don't give a shit about Israeli voices. Why would I specifically care about Israeli voices in the context of Israelis oppressing Palestinians for their own benefit? It's a ridiculous proposition. But Hassan and his fans don't respond to the allegation in that way. The way that they respond to it is instead to say, no, here are all these examples of Hassan caring about Israelis and caring about Israeli perspective and humanizing Israelis. Basically responding on the terms of Jewish exceptionalism, rather than correctly responding with who fucking cares about what they think. It's ultimately irrelevant what the people who benefit from Israel think about it. We don't.
I honestly low-key even agree with this. I actually low-key agree with this. It is at the end of the day, it is irrelevant. He's right. Palestine does not need Israelis to free themselves. Palestine will be freed by Palestinians. Okay? And this is how it will always go. Okay? This is the only path forward. However, when you have Israelis who are actually taking risks and are actually fucking fighting with the Palestinians, I don't think they're necessary. I don't think they're a necessary, needed, critical part of freeing Palestine. But when they are doing it, we should be in solidarity with them. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Palestine will be freed by Palestinians, and they don't need the Israelis on their side to do it. Okay? They don't. They don't.
Don't need their permission or their validation, nor do we need to uplift the 2 or 3 people among them who are actually anti-Zionists.
And again, like, nobody is uplifting them. I just want to know who is uplifting them.
Liberal identity politics to uphold Jewish exceptionalism. But they don't respond in that way. Rather, they respond like this. Listen to this.
8 years old. I put a note in.
This is really important for people to watch and understand, okay? Especially because the overwhelming majority of people in this chat.
Wait, what did Ray K say? Sorry, I'm reading like every other chat. The chat's moving fast. Oh no, Bad and Banana is a CIA record. That's what I will say. Classic attitude of record. Yeah.
No matter how hard they...
And I mean, also, like, I generally, I fucking hate it when people talk about purity tests or like that you're like, oh, you're just purity testing. I think 99 times out of 100 that phrase is used, it's bullshit and it's not being used effectively. This is actually a purity test. What Bad and Banana is actually doing right now, actually a purity test. Like, how? Because he's ignoring the fucking actual physical risk and sacrifices that the Israeli director is taking and pointing to a few fucking tweets to essentialize his entire perspective. That's what that means, is if you ignore the actual actions that this person is taking and the risk that this person is taking to do what is right towards Palestinian people. And you're saying that means nothing because of a tweet that you sent. And I think the tweets are bad too. I would never tweet that shit. I think that shit's unproductive bullshit. But I also don't judge a tweet on the same level as fucking your body in between an oppressed person and their oppressor. If you do that, if there's like right now, fucking Bad and Banana, fucking upload a video of you screaming at a cop, and I'll shut the fuck up. I'll never talk about you. I'll never talk about you ever again. I will never talk about you ever again. I will never tweet about you. One video of you yelling at a cop. One video. I'm done. It's over.
LARP are not fucking like guerrilla fighters or resistance members, or aren't even in like Lebanon or Gaza. Okay. The largest chunk of this community are Westerners, specifically in America or living in the Western world in developed nations. The people that you encounter and the people that you talk to about these issues.
I'm just really fucking tired of like online commentators. And this is like a thing that I just get... My annoyance with this goes way back, and my solution to it was to fucking start streaming. You know, I want to be the person that is actually connected to on the ground movements in a way that these fucking most people talking about leftism on the internet are not at all. They have no connection to it. They have absolutely zero praxis, zero like experience in organizing. Right. And like, I think I fill that space in a way, and not perfectly. I'm not perfect. You know, I wish I could do more, but like, this shit is so removed from any kind of actual like organizing. To me, it just communicates you have never once taken a risk. You have never once actually put your body on the line for the benefit of somebody else in a way that doesn't benefit you. You know? I don't know. It's fucking annoying.
Especially if they are Jewish. It is important to understand their background.
Dear God. See what I mean?
It is important to understand how radicalization occurs in this fucking in this environment that we grew up in. Okay, that is the reason why this is important to watch. It is important to understand. It is important to empathize with people that you are directly at odds with. Okay, Many of you have gone through a similar journey and have taken bigoted opinions for granted as a direct consequence of your social conditioning, whether it be unconditional support and defense of Israel, or whether it be transphobia or what.
Okay, so this is pure and unadulterated liberal idealism. Let me explain to you why. Israelis and Zionist Jews who aren't Israelis support Israel, not because they have been misled into having bigoted views in the way that, say, like a working class white person would be misled into supporting Donald Trump. That working class white person is being lied to. They're being told that supporting Donald Trump is better for them when actually supporting Donald Trump is worse for them. They have been fooled into advocating for the interests of those whose interests are actually not aligned with theirs. This is not the case with Israel. Israel is an ethno-state run by Jews for Jews. Jews benefit and profit handsomely from Zionism, from upholding the state of Israel. They get free citizenship, they get to go and live in someone else's house, and
Yeah, they have privilege. Yeah, they have privilege. I don't know what to. I didn't hear the whole take, but I'm not. Nobody denies that Israelis have privilege.
on someone else's land, they get a relatively very high standard of living, and all of this comes at the cost of the Palestinian people. So to frame them as
I have a lot to say about this. You want to come on, Rami?
victims of propaganda who are misled, and to act like we need to specifically understand their lived experience or whatever as Jews is
This is pure anti. Okay, I'm going to go back because you guys are hot. I missed it.
fooled into advocating for the interests of those whose interests are actually not aligned with theirs. This is not the case with Israel. Israel is an ethno-state run by Jews for Jews. Jews benefit and profit handsomely from Zionism, from upholding the state of Israel. They get free citizenship, they get to go and live in someone else's house on someone else's land, they get a relatively very high standard of living, and all of this comes at the cost of the Palestinian people. So to frame them as like victims of propaganda who are misled, and to act like we need to specifically understand their lived experience or whatever as Jews, is completely out of line with the actual reality. They don't need to be propagandized into thinking that this is great for them, because they live it. Israelis and Zionists do not believe.
Wait, what? Hold on. What's the problem you guys have with this? What? I actually am curious what the problem you guys have is. I actually don't really. There's nothing I read that I just watched. Can I explain? Yeah. But hold on, before we bring you on, Rowie, now this is Icky. He's talking about it as if it's the same as white supremacy. I think it's very similar to white supremacy. 100%. It is, yeah. It definitely is. And I think Jews do benefit from Zionism. There are ways in which in which Jews are harmed by Zionism, and I think like Yuval puts that very well when he says Jews will not be safe unless Palestinians are free. No, he's saying it's different and that they know exactly what's going on, but that they like it. He isn't saying that. He's saying the privileges of a white U.S. citizen are qualitatively different than an Israeli living in Israel. Okay, maybe I just missed it. How fucking far back do I have to go? I wasn't gone for that long. God damn.
Have been misled into having bigoted views in the way that, say, like a working class white person would be misled into supporting Donald Trump. That working class white person is being lied to. They're being told that supporting Donald Trump is better for them when actually supporting Donald Trump is worse for them. They have been fooled into advocating for the interests of those whose interests are.
Wait, one more minute.
Chunk of this community are Westerners, specifically in America or living in the Western world in developed nations. The people that you encounter and the people that you talk to about these issues, especially if they are Jewish, it is important to understand their background.
Right. I feel like I fucking missed it again. I don't know.
especially if they are you encounter in America or living in the Western world in developed nations. The people that you encounter and the people that you talk to about these issues, especially if they are Jewish, it is important to understand their background.
Dear God, you see what I mean?
It is important to understand how radicalization occurs in this in this environment that we grew up in, okay? That is the reason why this is important to watch. It is important to understand. It is important to empathize with people that you are directly at odds with, okay? Many of you have gone through a similar journey and have taken bigoted opinions for granted.
Yeah, fair enough, Raylan.
As a direct consequence of your social conditioning, whether it be unconditional support and defense of Israel, or whether it be transphobia, or what.
Okay, so this is pure and unadulterated liberal idealism. Let me explain to you why. Israelis and Zionist Jews who aren't Israelis support Israel, not because they have been misled into having bigoted views in the way that, say, like a working class white person would be misled into supporting Donald Trump. That working class white person is being lied to. They're being told that supporting Donald Trump is better for them when actually supporting Donald Trump is worse for them. They have been fooled into advocating for the interests of those whose interests are actually not aligned with theirs. This is not the case with Israel. Israel is an ethno-state run by Jews for Jews. Jews benefit and profit handsomely from Zionism, from upholding the state of Israel. They get free citizenship, they get to go and live in someone else's house on someone else's land, they get a...
Yes, this is the take I'm leaning on to, Prodigy.
Relatively very...
I'm really trying to figure this out though.
Living, and all of this comes at the cost of the Palestinian people. So to frame them as victims of propaganda who are misled, and to act like we need to specifically understand their lived experience or whatever as Jews, is completely out of line with the actual reality. They don't need to be propagandized into thinking that this is great for them, because they live it. Israelis and Zionists do not believe in Zionist propaganda because they've been fooled into advocating for something that is ultimately against their interests. It's the complete opposite. They support Zionism because Zionism is good for them.
This is kind of pro ethno-state? Yeah, I'm gonna read yours, Rowie. This is is this not kind of pro ethno-state? I don't... I'm losing him here. Okay. Bro, Jewish people are being lied to when told to support Israel. Israel does not benefit the Jewish people. There's no Israel divided that goes out to Jewish people. Oh, Israel dividend that goes out to Jewish people from it. There are only pawns to put out their bodies on the line for Western imperial and capital forces to be able to destabilize and exploit the region. Actually, Jewish people are less safe than outside. Yes, Baden Panada's take is anti-Semitism. Yeah. I explained why he's being very clearly anti-Semitic. He is CIA. Nothing will convince me otherwise. We don't need a Fed jacket. He's just a fucking idiot.
Colonization is...
Spam Tana, thank you for the tier 1.
Spamtana just...
I mean, I don't think I'm fully on board with you with chat here as well, because I do think Jews. Okay, so here's where I agree with Bad Empanada. Here's where I disagree with Bad Empanada. Jewish people do benefit from the ethno-state of Israel. Obviously, they're given citizenship. I think where they're lied to is with regards to the Palestinians, that they can't live they can't coexist in a state. These racist perceptions of Palestinians that most Israelis hold, I think that is a lie that is given to them, and is definitely a form of propaganda that they do not benefit from. They're privileged from the colony, but they do not benefit from it, in my opinion. Why do you think they don't benefit from it? Also, Rawi, you want to get on the call? I would love to have that conversation with you. Yo, long time no talk, dude. Wait, I can't hear you. I should be able to hear you, but I can't.
Now you can hear me because I just had my mic off.
Okay, cool. Okay, so explain what you're saying about. So we're talking about Jews in Israel.
I mean, he said Jewish people in Israel and outside of Israel. So I do want to emphasize that he is talking about Jewish people in a very general sense, and Jewish people in a very general sense. I think that's a very anti-Semitic. And if we're talking about Israel specifically, I'd say like working class are being exploited at the end of the day. Just like working class are being like, there's maybe the capital owners that are, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's still capitalism and the dynamics of like capital exists within Israel for sure.
Yeah. So there's like, let's also like be able to understand that like there's also a lot of people that are like they are preferential, like they are within that structure. They sure maybe they are benefiting within that structure, right? But they are like being privileged and giving that beneficial treatment only to be used as the soldier, you know, at the end of the day, that like works for this greater like project of imperial colonial project that is there to destabilize the region, allow the West to constantly
right.
I don't know if I'm no.
Yeah, you don't, but you said that you don't think they benefit from it though?
I mean, I think like I'm trying to like, because the statement that is being said here is Jewish people inside and outside of Israel, and if we're saying the statement in this sense, I don't think saying benefit is a good and accurate way to say it. If you want to talk about like internally within that structure, yes, that's a wrong statement on my end. Then yeah, within that structure internally, for sure, yeah, they do benefit. Obviously within the class structure as well. And that class structure is also racial. Like,
of course.
Like in Israel, like majority of like the upper class would be more Ashkenazi.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean it's even referenced in the in the film we're talking about, where like Basel is talking to Yuval and he's like, yeah, I can. The economy is non-existent in the West Bank, and I'm forced to go and work inside of Israel, and the only jobs available to me are construction. You know.
Yeah.
I think that sounds very familiar to anybody who's familiar with like undocumented people inside of America and like the way that race manifests in capitalism in America as well.
Right, and I mean, I talk about it in details in my. If we want to talk about Palestinian labor, there's also like different classes of Palestinian labor, where like PCIs, you might find them be the contractors sometimes, right? And they would have the workers be from the West Bank. I mean, not always. Sometimes the contractors might be Jewish, but a lot like the dynamic that becomes there, where you have the big, big what do you call them? The big companies that are doing like big projects, right? Building big buildings or whatever, infrastructure or whatever, that are hiring like PCI contractors, that are hiring West Bank labor. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel you.
So I mean, I also like my message before. I feel like it was very clear about like it's not like Jewish people get a dividend from Israel. That's a very like I swear to God, this is such a CIA wrecker approach. It's like really, he's like I feel like he like that whole thing already with like getting the like approval from the whole Ethan content, and now he's kind of like trying to do this thing where trying to get a lot of maybe like people who are, because like Hassan does have a big platform. I know I might be like a conspiracy theorist here, but that as a Palestinian, we are very suspicious of those things, and I'm like smelling this. I didn't want to watch this video, but now that I'm watching it, it's like reeking of him that he's doing this to wreck and to cause more people to just blatantly say anti-Semitic shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably just like a, I think honestly Ben Panada is probably just like a exclusively online activist who like being correct and being right is like the most important thing to him. This is also why like when I made that tweet and it got a bunch of likes, he has been like replying on every single one of my Instagram pictures.
I don't think
And,
saying that Jewish people
he
inside
has
and
made it
outside
his
of it.
entire job for the last like 48 hours to bait me into like some kind of debate with him. So
I think the statement that he said, which was, if I remember correctly, white people are being like white working class people are being lied to when they are told to vote for like white supremacists and reactionary conservatives and capitalists, right? While Jewish people are not being lied to. They know very well. Like he said, also Jewish people inside and outside of Israel are not being lied to. They know very well like that they are going to benefit from this, and I'm like. That is also like no, it's actually a lot more similar to the like people being brainwashed into being told that this is actually what benefit them because like white working class people are being told like be racist and reactionary because your like situation will you will benefit from being like us being having racist policies, and it's the same like literally 1-to-1, and the way he's putting it, it's like very incorrect either. So that's why I'm still like sticking to my CIA theory.
that's fair. You're allowed to hold that opinion. So, okay, I'm going to continue with the video.
I'm going to get off. Take
I hope you stick around in chat though. I appreciate your perspective.
I'm in chat.
Okay, cool.
I'm just
all right.
my
Thanks for
blood
coming on,
boiling
Raleigh.
from this. Bye.
Take care. Chat, everybody please go follow Raleigh. He's probably already working on your video, Why Marxism Hates Palestinians. Oh, I can't wait.
No, it's good for them. It really is good for them. Israel truly is a so-called Jewish democracy in that it is democratic if you're Jewish, in that it represents you and your interests if you're Jewish. Talking about them here as if they're misled into actually advocating for the piggy capitalists when that's simply not the case at all. They aren't being misled. For them, what you perceive as propaganda is...
What's the blue drink? It's just ice, but this is a color-changing, temperature-sensitive glass. I don't know. It's just like a plastic glass that turns blue when it gets cold.
Entertainment. Like, you need to think about the Jewish lived experience, man. You need to think about them growing up with propaganda. You need to empathize with them.
Yeah, thank you, Ashi.
Empathize with them. Because you were in the same position once. Now, for most of...
Well, I mean, I think this is great. Like, again, Bad Empanada, where did you come into this? Like, I think a lot of this criticism from Bad Empanada is just like an inability to like recognize. Like, he thinks he's built different. He thinks he has like a superior moral gauge. You know, he's that makes him superior to everybody else. And it's like no, dude, like actually if you've, like materialism and the study of the way that shit actually changes tells us that material conditions precede ideology, right? So like he thinks that he is just so big brained and big hearted or whatever that he's built differently. And apparently Jews are not built this way. Like, I'm sorry, dude. This is like, it's fucking gross. Black Panthers met people where they are. Spantana, I'm so glad you mentioned that because fucking, yes, the FBI fucking murdered Fred Hampton because you know what he was doing? He was organizing poor white folks. Fred Hampton was organizing poor white folks, okay? And he was getting them to stand against white supremacy. And the FBI went into his fucking house and murdered him.
Of you, that's simply not the case. And this is completely incorrect. But, you need to think about what Jewish people think because they are special. They have a special experience. After all, they're Jewish. To frame Jews as somehow victims of propaganda when it comes to Israel is a total crock of shit. You can't be a victim of something that benefits you. And I have another video about this on my main channel.
You can't be a victim of something that benefits you. Like, that is just... That's a wild thing to say as, like, a white man... Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I feel like you got a lot to unpack here, and it's not my job to make you unpack it,
Call the truth about Israel. It's not just Netanyahu. explaining specifically how Israelis support Israel, not because they're propagandized victims.
He's not even saying they're victims. What? I don't even. Are they victims? Like, what are they victims of? I'm not saying they're victims either. I'm not saying they're victims either.
But because it's good for them. They know that it hurts Palestinians.
Wait, what is this guy saying? The Jewish community has a Zionism problem? Yeah, I don't think you can monopoly. You can like put Jewish people into monolith like this. You know, I don't think you can. I have a lot of Jewish people taught me how to fight anti-Zionism alongside like Palestinians. Whenever nobody was fucking fighting for this in 2012, you know, I was going to SJP meetings as a board member of my SJP, not because I was the most qualified, but because there were 4 people who showed up to the fucking meetings. You know, and we had to put 4 people as our board on the school's, you know, on the school's list, right? So there are 4 of us that showed up to the meetings, 2 Palestinians and 1 Jewish woman. And these people taught me how to fucking deal with this, how to actually organize against this shit. And again, Jewish fucking anti-Zionists do not deserve to be put on a pedestal. Okay, anti-Zionist Israelis do not deserve to be put on a pedestal. I'm not saying they should. I don't think anybody even is doing that. Jewish and Israeli anti-Zionists are literally risking more than white people by being anti-Zionist. They are making more sacrifices. They're taking more hits in their personal and professional lives than a white person would if they said the exact same thing. And because of that, we should support them. We should be in solidarity with them. I don't think they're not more worthy of our attention. But they are worthy of our solidarity. They are worthy of our solidarity, and I will fucking fight to the end for that. Yeah, but I think this is a fine thing to say. Amibian. Also, you coming after quadruple tapping on my fucking mod? Not a good look, bro. Not quadruple tapping my mod at the slightest pushback. A little bit weird. Like, if you said this first thing, nobody would be upset with you. It's insane how normalized birthright is in Jewish community. I'm not going to apologize for saying that. That's not what you said, though. Nobody would be upset if you said that. You said that the Jewish community has a Zionism problem. The evangelical community has a Zionism problem. Everywhere has a Zionism problem. Like the Zionism is a problem. It's not specifically the Jews' problem. It's not specific. It's America's problem. It's everyone's problem. Like, you know. Yeah, the biggest supporters of Zionism in America are not Jews. They're fucking evangelicals. They're evangelical Christians.
And ultimately, they are either okay with that or they outright support it because what they care about is that it benefits them. And it's incredibly
Honestly, I'm actually low-key, gotta respect the mods. They're the first line of defense against the freaks. I'm low-key very surprised at how few freaks there are in here. And it shows me how little movement this guy has. This guy ain't got no movement, bro. Like, where's your fucking army? There's like nobody in here. Like, you got nothing.
Disappointing, not just that Hassan Piker says this, but that his fans use this as an example of him supposedly saying something that's right and ultimately abiding by the Jewish exceptionalist framework of his opponents and thus helping to uphold liberal Zionism. Because make no mistake, what this documentary that is referring to here, Israelism, is basically about is hardcore radical Zionists finding out that Israel does bad things in the West Bank and becoming liberal Zionists instead. And that is sadly not at all surprising to me that Hassan uses this as an example of how Zionist Jews are supposedly victims of propaganda. Again, you can't be a victim.
Do we think that he's seen this movie? Do we think that Bad Empanada has seen this movie? I don't.
victim of something that you want to believe in because deep down you understand that believing in it derives great material benefits for you. Now, for some more context, I directly called out Hassan for this on my YouTube community page, where I said, I will fucking puke if I see Hassan Piker say, I invite Israelis onto my broadcasts all the time, or tell us how we need to emphasize and humanize Israelis who are victims of propaganda themselves again. Jewish exceptionist, liberal Zionist drivel. Validating the idea that we need approval from tokens among the enemy to oppose them just because they're Jewish, and painting Zionists as being misled victims rather than the reality where they're enthusiastically and willingly pursuing their own interests for material gain at the cost of Palestinians. Sickening. And Hassan left a comment responding.
Like, what the fuck is this? Validating the idea that we need approval from tokens among the enemy to oppose them? Who the fuck is saying that? Like, do you guys recognize this is just like a straw man? Nobody's saying this. Who the fuck has saying this? Who is saying this? Literally nobody is saying this.
Interest for material gain at the cost of Palestinians. Sickening. And Hassan left a comment responding to this, which I'm not going to beat around the bush, it's word salad. This is the sort of thing that if you had like a...
That's word salad? Wait, Hassan's response is word salad, but this is not. You didn't even read all of it because you lost your own train of thought, dude. Oh my God.
The cost of Palestinians. Sickening. And Hassan left a comment responding to this, which I'm not going to beat around the bush, it's word salad. This is the sort of thing that if you had like a mildly pro-Palestinian PR manager, they would tell you to post exactly this. It's utterly meaningless word salad. Let me read it. The struggle is multifaceted. Internal pressure plays a role. I will not back away from contextualizing the role militant resistance plays in emancipation, but I also won't immediately discard those who have agreements with me on that.
Wait, is this new VCC TV? He's posting new Instagram stories. It's so funny. That's just like Ethan. It's just like Ethan. Oh, nothing to do with you? Okay, fuck it.
Especially when
I don't care.
Relied on their investigative reporting. I've used Yuval's work at 972 magazine in the past. It's important not to take honest reporting and the bodies that Israeli Jewish allies put forth to protect Palestinians for granted, even if we have disagreements. Okay, first things first. What bodies are Israeli Jewish allies putting forward to protect Palestinians? There's like two of them.
Yuval is putting his fucking body forward to defend Palestinians. And if you saw the fucking documentary that we're talking about in this 40-minute video, if instead of making this fucking 40-minute video, you watch the fucking doc, you would understand this.
And
holy fuck, dude. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing?
In question is not one of them, to be clear. We'll get to that in a minute. You've used Yuval's work at 972 in the past. So let me bring you up to speed with some context. 972 magazine is an overtly liberal Zionist newspaper in Israel, which got famous by saying things that Palestinians were saying like a year later. I've cited it myself as well in the past, but I've also cited the fucking New York Times. I've cited the Washington Post. Citing something does not mean that you need to...
Yeah, did he really call the fucking Israeli kid who bravely refused service and is risking a rotating door of being in prison for the rest of his life, or a good portion of it, tall, a token Israeli who anyone is seeking validation from? Fuck off. That kid is brave. Not as brave as a Palestinian child, but much braver than I am. And much braver than, again, tall, the Israeli that Hassan has had on his stream, who he is talking about in proxy here, not in specific, but tall, has risked 100,000 times more than Bad Empanada has even considered risking for the Palestinian people. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, I don't respect you. I don't respect your opinion. I don't respect anything you're saying until you prove to me. Post a fucking video of you yelling at a cop. And then I'll shut the fuck up, dude. Post a video of you taking any amount of risk in your real life, not posting to fucking YouTube from Argentina. Take a sacrifice. Make a sacrifice for somebody less fortunate than you. Take a risk for somebody less fortunate than you. And we can fucking talk. And I'll have that conversation.
to like praise the person.
You posting fucking on YouTube from fucking Argentina. I don't give a fuck, man. I do not care what you think. I don't. I'm not accountable to you. You're a fucking idiot.
Who is writing it, that you need to uphold them as allies or whatever, because this Yuval Abraham guy, he's not an ally at all. And the first part is basically just complete liberal word salad. He says, I won't immediately discard those who have disagreements with me on that. You don't need to like appeal to them as people. You don't need to befriend them as people. Not treating them as special beings who have something special to say just because they're Israeli and Jewish is not the same thing as citing some article that they contributed to. What 972 magazine has done is basically the same as what Haaretz does. Like a year or two after Palestinians have been saying, this is happening to us, they will come out with some sort of supposed expose where like an unnamed IDF source tells them the same thing that Palestinians have been saying has been happening for years, with video proof and stuff. And they will be like, this unnamed IDF source told us this, and they will present that as if now that a Jewish guy has said so, it's validated. Now this can be worth like citing as like additional evidence on top of everything else, but it doesn't warrant like specific praise in the framing of the people writing it as allies, because they are not allies. They fundamentally want different things to what you yourself said.
They're not allies, yeah. Somebody should really tell the people in that, that village that I can't pronounce. Because I watched that documentary and they've been working on it for 5 years, and they seem to think that Yuval is an ally. So, fuck, man, somebody should tell them. Like, can we get them on the call or something? Like, I don't know. Yeah.
Say that you want. These are like liberal two status.
You can criticize Yuval without discounting the movie. Why is it black and white? I have criticized Yuval without discounting the movie. I've literally done that tonight. I said his tweets were ass. His tweets are garbage. Those tweets that you're talking about are garbage. That is a speck in comparison to the actual risk and the actual service that he did for that Palestinian community in that documentary. I do not care. I do not care.
People who will say Netanyahu's going too far in Gaza, as I
said
in the Jewish exceptionalism video that we went over a second ago, or the West Bank settlements are bad, but fundamentally they're still Zionists. And while they may sometimes produce work that is useful to cite, that does not make them an ally. Certainly not any more than it makes a New York Times reporter my ally when they like
what? Who the fuck? Like what have you done to be an ally? What have you done to be an ally? How have you earned your allyship? I'm just like, what? He just has the right opinion on YouTube. That's how he's an ally. I'm not impressed, dude. I'm really not impressed. Like, I just don't care. I'm not impressed.
Report that say the USA interfered in Venezuela or something. So the context on this Yuval Abraham thing is that Yuval Abraham is this Israeli liberal Zionist filmmaker, or calling him a filmmaker is very generous. The only reason that he can be called a filmmaker is because he's leached off Palestinians, and that is a fact. And Hassan Piker, when he interviewed...
Cool, I love this like speculation on the internal dynamics of the filmmaking crew. That's very useful. Thank you. I'm sure you know a lot about their dynamics between them. Yeah. You're super qualified to make that call and to judge it like that. Yeah. Palestinians with no agency, exactly. He didn't even watch the doc 100%.
Of no other land, he made a point to specifically point out how awesome and valuable Yuval Abraham is specifically for being an Israeli. And of course, this Hassan Piker cult subreddit made sure to specifically point that out in response to Ethan Klein's idiocy, saying, but Hassan Piker didn't even acknowledge the contribution of the Israeli to this. Is to point to Hassan specifically acknowledging the epic contribution of the Israeli to this, as if that makes, the fact that he's an Israeli collaborating on this makes him special. It's the complete wrong way to respond. Again, the way to respond to that is, who fucking cares? We don't need the...
Yeah, of course, Kami.
...to post evidence of Palestinian oppression. Give me a fucking break. So here's specifically the part that was the worst, but I mean, the whole thing is pretty bad.
About that, actually, because... So Yuval Abraham played a role in this, in the making of this.
Like, he seems more like the kind of agitator that will nitpick and tell everyone they're not doing it right, which ends up blocking it and ending any progress. Becomes just as bad as those he says speaking against. Of course. Can you imagine like being in an organizing meeting with this person? Can you imagine like this person knocking on a door to like recruit people towards his goal? Can you? I mean, like, do you think that, you know, we can tell why he's not an organizer. We can tell why he's like, you know, mostly popular on the internet. I mean, like, it's all very obvious. It's very, very apparent to me.
I've actually really admired his work.
I also think we should like fucking like don't give him this. This is not radical. This is not radicalism. This is not radicalism. He's not more radical, more extreme. He's not. He's just a fucking idiot. Like, you don't need to give him radicalism. You don't. He's not radical. Like, this is not radical.
Long time at 972 Magazine, Local Calls, another one that does a lot of investigative reporting on.
Because like, let's actually like, you know, think about what does the word radical mean? Where does it come from? Like, radical describes that you address issues at its root. At its root. That's where the radish, you know, radish, radical, same suffix or prefix, I guess. You know, you're addressing problems at their roots. That's why we call it radical. You know? And like, what is he addressing here? That's not this shit. Like, what are the roots he's addressing of this? I guess in his opinion, he might be radical because Jewish people are ontologically evil, or Israelis are ontologically evil, you know, and must be opposed and imprisoned, all of them. Like, okay, but that's fucking fascist. Like, you know, when he says, I want to imprison everybody, you should hear, I want concentration camps. You understand me, right? Like, you should hear that, and you should understand that's not a leftist perspective, okay?
All of the horrible things that the Israeli military is doing.
So, you know, singling out like the contribution of this sort of Israeli guy who is only here, because without an Israeli, a token Israeli there, a lot of people will not feel comfortable even acknowledging the existence of a movie like this. That's the entire reason he's here. That's what his role is. You know, there's like this ridiculous question that Hassan posed in this interview as well, for example, where he makes sure...
I don't even think he's wrong about this take. I do think like that the Israeli affiliation with the film gives it more credence, and that's wrong. I said that earlier. I think that's unfair and ridiculous. However, like, you know, I see that and I do something about it. I actually like organized dozens of screenings to highlight Palestinian films. We've watched a bunch of Palestinian films on this channel. You know what I mean? Like, what, again, I come back to the core of this situation, which what the fuck has he done? What the fuck has Bad and Banada done? You know, like, which we arrive at nothing. Like,
to point out the importance of the Israeli allies as if they need to be singled.
But you're a white guy in the Imperial Court? True. Should I not have organized those films? Should I not have like shared Palestinian perspective and fundraised from it? Is that what you think?
Out for specific praise just because they are Israelis, like the two of them who exist, like that makes them special and worthy of this sort of specific praise, as if for one, they are at all indicative of Israelis in general, they are not, and for two, as if they're even worth mentioning when there are millions of Palestinians doing way more than they are. So why even bring them up, aside from Jewish exceptionalism, aside from like this sort of Weasley little attempt to frame Israelis as potential allies and lead people away from the real way to fight the problem here, which is...
Gamer Girl had a good point about this. If Bad and Panada was Jewish, then by his own argument, he should be excluded from Palestinian emancipation, and his aid and opinion should be discarded because he's Jewish and benefits from Israel. Let that sink in, chat. Hey, we can even go even further. If you're white in the West, you benefit from Israel. If you're white in the West, the Israel's place in that region and securing American interests in that region benefits you. It benefits me. That doesn't mean I don't fucking fight against it. Because it's not fucking worth, you know? Do you know how fucked trans people would be if we had zero allies? If we had zero allies, I would be homeless and dead right now. But my parents are allies, so I'm alive. Advocating to exclude people from movements because they benefit from oppressive systems sometimes is fucking insane. It is. And again, I actually want to... I'll push back on this. I think that, like, oppressed people do not need the approval of their oppressors in order to liberate themselves. I do not hold that opinion. Trans people can free trans people by themselves. They do not need cis people to help them. However, I'm a cis person, and I stand, and I'm not gonna ever let trans people be attacked without me fucking standing up and fighting alongside them. You know? And I think that's the right... Yeah, it helps. It helps, and we should be in solidarity with people if they are taking those risks. That's my point. My point is not that we need these Israelis. I don't think that. I don't think that Palestinians need Israelis to free themselves. Palestine will be freed by Palestinians. Palestine will be freed by Palestinians. However, at the same time, if you have people who are willing to take the risks and make the sacrifices, I'm using these words very fucking specifically over and over again on purpose. It's about risk and sacrifice. And if you're willing to make that, I'm in solidarity with you. And we should be in solidarity with you as people who want the apartheid to end. Not because they're needed, but because they're appreciated. You know? Jesus fuck. And yes, it also is a conversation of risk, because what the fuck is this guy risking? We come back to the main conversation. What has he risked that gives him this fucking confidence to be able to say this shit?
Sadly, as much as it might pain you to admit, fighting against the Israelis, not appealing to them as potential allies, not reasoned argument to bring them to our side. If you don't think that's how you fight Nazis, then that's not how you fight Zionists. I'm sorry. It's the same thing. I'm not sorry, actually. You shouldn't need to be apologized to all the time when you're having shit.
This is also awesome. I love that he says this too, because like he equates Nazis with Zionists, which in some situations is useful. However, the difference is that there are Germans. And just like there are Germans who are not Nazis, there are Israelis who are not Zionists. And there were German leftists who fought alongside the Jews, and they were also fucking sent to camps, dude. And we should be in solidarity with those people. He did do tons of charity streams. I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so basically what Benaban is saying is that people, especially Americans, are more susceptible to listening to an Israeli or Jewish person on the topic. I agree, yes. We should just discard them and not see them as an ally because they're not Palestinian. Yeah, I don't agree with that. And I'm also not saying Yuval needs to be fucking put on a pedestal. I have criticisms of Yuval too. By the same logic, Hassan should not be talking to right-wingers on behalf of the transgender community because he is not trans, even though Hassan would change the conservatives' minds easier than a trans person. I don't think we need to talk to conservatives about, I don't know. Personally, like I don't talk to people that are not like, I bring people on the stream all the fucking time. I've interviewed journalists, activists all over. There are always people who are doing the work. And I'm really like, if my shit changes your mind and converts you from being a conservative, A+, that's fucking awesome. I love to hear it. But that's not the point of my activism. That's not the point of my stream. I'm not here for them. I'm here to make a safe space where people who are affected by this especially can develop the tools to be able to fight and protect themselves and other people in their communities. Yeah, everyone has a role. Exactly.
It said to you frankly like this.
Question I have, I guess, is there are obviously Jewish Israelis.
He brought this up himself, by the way. He brought this up. No one else was talking about this.
Who put their bodies on the line as well. Do you feel like that is given the ethno-supremacist values that Zionists have, or given the ethno-supremacist values that Israel has, do you feel like when there are Jewish activists side by side with you that there is less harm in general?
Well, they sometimes been attacked and arrested a lot of times, but we are the like they don't face what we face as the Palestinians in most of the cases, because in the end of the day they have the privilege because they are Israelis. They are like, some of them are our friends, and we talk every day and we work together and go to the field. But still, they are Israelis. They know that they have the privilege. And not necessarily, they like in a lot of cases there was Israeli activists, and still the harm would be the same. For example, in Beta, where American activists were shot in the head and killed, and there was other American activists, American activists, the Turkish American and Israeli activists who were side by side with her and the Palestinians, and still.
No, Trooper, it's actually awesome because he's not even saying that this is liberal Zionism, because these are all three Palestinians. It's actually more abstract than that. It's actually more abstract than that. He's saying that because Hassan is talking about the Israeli director, who is not in the room, mind you, he's just talking about him, that is apology for liberal Zionism. I'm sorry if you really don't view this as just grifting, he's just using Hassan's name in the title and his face in the thumbnail to get clicks. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. You should it's very obvious. It's very obvious. He's clout chasing 100%. 100%. And that's why I said in my tweet, I'm like, dude, I don't think you're interested in the solution to this problem. Actually, I really don't think you're interested in it. I think you're interested in farming it. I think you're interested in being correct and being perceived as correct on the internet. I think that's your thing. I don't know. Yeah. What's wrong with asking Palestinians about Israelis that are showing up? Right. It's literally a question. He's asking him to respond, and he responds by saying the truth, which is that, they don't experience the same kind of consequences that we do. They have privilege, but he's my friend, and I talk to him every day.
Almost all. Sometimes it would make the harm less, depends on the situation. But sometimes, most of the times, no.
So, I mean, the guy basically shuts him down completely there in his attempt to insert.
No, he didn't. He said sometimes the Israeli soldiers will do less because they're there. Bro, if I got told by anyone that the cops are a little bit, even marginally nicer to me because I'm there filming them, I'm gonna be there filming them as much as I can. What the fuck, dude? I don't know. I'm over it. I'm over it, bro. This guy's way too fucking online, bro. I can't deal with it.
The importance of the token Israelis into the conversation. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because this is even worse than him specifically bringing up Yuval. And it's weird, by the way, that he specifically brought up Yuval Abraham, because Yuval Abraham isn't actually here. None of these three guys are him. So Hassan specifically wanted to bring up the Israeli co-director here. It's just weird, right? Weird, wild. Ugh. And I think this...
What is this? Thank you, Ethan Klein. I'm sorry. This is fake, right? You're not making this much on YouTube, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. Either you come from money. Oh, Argentinian currency. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're coming from. He's coming from money, dude. The CIA check's cleared. Yeah.
Part specifically also sort of illustrates a wider point that I'm making. These guys clearly do not want this token Israeli Yuval Abraham. And to be clear, this is not simply about him. This is about wider issues about how and why this sort of thing needs to be done, because it's indicative of
Bad and Banana is like the part of sex ed where they show you STD pics, but just for touching grass instead. Oh my fucking god. Wait, 1 million Argentinian equals about $1,000? Wait, so he's got like less than $1,000 in both of his accounts? Oh, okay. Well, that's normal. It has a USD symbol. Do they use a different symbol? Some places use dollars and use that symbol. I don't know.
pushing people towards.
I don't know. That's way too much to be That's way too much to be making on YouTube. But fuck, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
Zionism and ultimately
also, again, he could come from money. I don't know this fucking guy, dude. I don't know shit about this guy.
Upholding Zionism. But, you know, they clearly do not want to need this token liberal Zionist Israeli to co-sign on what was ultimately their work, to take credit for what was ultimately their work, to insert himself into what is ultimately their suffering, to have a representative of what is ultimately the enemy group amongst themselves. They don't want that, but they're forced into doing it. And this sort of thing is upheld by people like Hassan, whether he realizes it or not, whether he means to do so or not. And by upholding it, Zionism is strengthened. Zionism is reinforced. It's not simply rhetoric. It's not simply optics. It has real practical consequences. And the fact that we have this Israeli liberal Zionist there means, for one, the film itself had to be heavily warded.
Like, is there any evidence that Yuval is a liberal Zionist in this? Outside of just he's like a Jewish Israeli citizen? No, right? Like, you're not addressing Yuval's takes, which the takes are, I mean, you can address his takes. I've addressed his, I think they're bad. I think they're wrong. But again, that's a tiny take on the internet versus the actual work he's been doing with his body to share the plight of the Palestinian people.
Down to only focus on like the West Bank and focus on things through like the eyes of an Israeli. And it also means that what this film actually means, what it should be about, you know, the oppression of the Palestinian people by Israelis. One group is the slain, another group are the slayers. Remember that. It is changed from that.
Once again, this is never misrepresented in the film. In fact, the people in the village routinely, like in multiple scenes in the film, interrogate Yuval on this exact topic. Which is here. So let me just like point something out. When you are like actually, you know, doing things for a marginalized group in a way that you don't benefit from, you're accountable to those people. This is called being in community with people. And they will, you know, you're accountable to them, and they will ask you questions, and like you respond to them. This is how that works. You know, I know that this guy probably is not in community with hardly anyone, and is not accountable to anyone. But you know, this is actually a core part of organizing and community building.
Into some sort of nauseating message about supposed unity and like the fate of these two peoples being intertwined, and both groups somehow being victims. When that's simply not the point, not actually the case at all. The Israelis are victimizers, not victims. There's a segment on this written by Muhammad al-Kurd, someone who, if Hassan Piker wants to actually get an effective real anti-Zionist onto his stream, he should consider inviting on. This is from Muhammad al-Kurd's book, released on January 7th, 2015, called Perfect Victims in the Politics of Appeal. Specifically about this, because what happened with Noah Verland is a pervasive practice, this co-production thing.
Like, again, this isn't a critique of the film. I don't think he's seen the film. This is a critique of a director, and not a critique of his actions, not even a critique of his tweets, which is right there. You can definitely make a critique of his tweets. It's not that, though. It's none of that. It's just a critique of him because he is Israeli. You know? is because he is Israeli. That is the nature of the critique that is being made here.
Where whenever there is anything by Palestinians, an Israeli has to be included so that liberals can sort of have their little, oh, look, there's unity between the oppressor and the oppressed, sort of feel-good moment where they can insulate themselves from the reality.
No, the Great Snowman. This is such bullshit. I guess IDF defectors are not anti-Zionist enough for him. Bro, we talked about this from the beginning. This is where my beef with him starts. It started back here in May. Where a former IDF soldier is standing in solidarity with the UCLA encampment and putting out this video describing the encampment and saying that he stands in solidarity with them, right? No, it's okay. I think it's good to bring it up. A lot of people came in. This is where it came from. This is where my anger came from towards Ben Blanada. Because I'm like, what the fuck do you want, dude? He was a soldier. He saw the horrors, and he's doing everything he can in his life to fucking repair that harm. This is the path. This is the way. Like, this is what we should be really, like, this is somebody I'm in solidarity with. This is somebody I am in solidarity with. ACAB all the way 100% of the time. You know what the problem is? Cops can quit. Cops can quit. Good cops exist and they quit. Good cops quit. This is the difference between us and the right wing. You understand? Is that we critique actions. We critique behavior that can change. Ideologies that can change. The right wing critiques identity. They critique your person. They want to kill you because of who you are. We are supposed to be different. We are supposed to have a different perspective on this. That people can change. That these ideological framings that pit us against each other they're not real, and that they can fucking shift. It's a big fucking distinction, dude. It's a big fucking distinction.
Israelis are enemies to be fought rather than potential allies to be convinced and brought to your side, and avoid the reality where they will need to be coerced into submission, because ultimately Zionism is...
Nazi guards can change? Yes, dude.
For them, and they have no real reason to oppose.
Yes.
Because why would you oppose something that gets you a free house and an extremely high standard of living, rather than reinforce it? So
they literally did.
Take the genre of Israelis and Palestinians making films together.
The children of Nazis exist today. Some of them are leftists. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you, man. There is nothing inherently about Jewish people or German people that makes them fucking racists and ethno-nationalists. I don't know, like this, it's insane I even have to explain this to people, bro.
Palestinian filmmaker is chaperone to the film festival, allowed on stage as the authoritative co-signatory's charismatic sidekick. No one, not the producer of the festival, not the columnist writing a review, seems to care about this content of the film, whether it's good or garbage. What matters is that the film was...
Says you, bro. He hasn't fucking seen it. He has, like, we are 30 minutes into a 40-minute video. Have you heard him talk about the film in any way? Have you heard him speak about the film in any meaningful way? He hasn't seen the movie, dude. Like,
it's co-directed. A mode that's...
You don't care about the content of the film, bro. You don't care. You don't.
Satisfies a libidinal urge in the viewers. They eavesdrop on a foreign conversation, a titillating reconciliation between the slayer and the slain. Discussions about the film, reviews, the way it is promoted, and our excited elevated pitches to one another all become masturbatory, reducing the film to the fact that it was a collaboration between an Israeli and a Palestinian, fulfilling the viewer's fantasy of a happy ending to an otherwise miserable... We turn it into a fetish. This has been done so many times before that it could be accurately predicted before it even happened in this book. And because of this,
Okay, give me examples. Give me an example. I swear to God, this guy couldn't name a fucking single Israeli or Palestinian film. I really think this guy has never seen a Palestinian film ever.
nauseating practice, this film that should not have been about Israelis at all or included an Israeli at all.
This manga panel, you have no enemies. No one in the world is your enemy. There's no one you need to hurt. Okay.
All includes and allows him to steal the show, to get on stage when a Palestinian film wins an Oscar and spout nauseating, disgusting liberal Zionist bullshit. So we get a
Dude, oh my God. I hope he plays it.
Palestinian who speaks frankly and succinctly.
Do I think October 7th needs to be mentioned here? No. Do I understand why Yuval is like, socially pressured to mention October 7th? Yes. Is that an excuse? No. I don't think October 7th should have been mentioned. However, if you're focusing on the mention of October 7th in this speech and you're not focusing on his mention, notice how he skipped the Palestinian. Yeah. That's also a very good point. But if you're not going to mention his explicit denouncement of Jewish supremacy, which is the whole fucking thing you started this video criticizing,
and then his Israeli co-director gets to speak for even longer, spouting liberal Zionist rubbish. Listen.
We made this film, Palestinians and Israelis.
Remember what we just read. Palestinians and Israelis. It's all about us supposedly being united in the struggle. We're the same. We're in this together when they're not. The fact that the victim is collaborating.
No. You're not. They are in this. They literally have spent 5 years fighting the dispossession and the ethnic cleansing of. Hold on. Where are you? Where are you, Rawi? Where was it? Oh no, I can't scroll back that enough. I gotta go to the user card. How do I pronounce it? Msafayata? Msafayata? Okay, this is a dumb joke. But I fucking killed it. I totally murdered everything, sorry.
The victimizer is...
Okay, what I was saying was that he's saying, we're in this together. Like literally, he spent 5 years defending the Palestinians' homes in Masafayata. They are like, he literally has been in the struggle with them. You are in Argentina. What the fuck are you doing? Why do you think you are in this struggle? I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all.
When they're not. The fact that the victim...
Is there differences between their experiences? Of course. Is there privileges? Is there privileges involved in Yuval? Like, is Yuval privileged? 100% yes. It's discussed in the fucking film, dude. They talk about it in the fucking film.
Is collaborating with the victimizer is specifically upheld and put above everything else, and it's fucking disgusting. It all becomes that. It all becomes about that rather than the actual content of the film.
Because together, our voices are stronger.
Fuck off!
We see each other. The atrocious destruction of Gaza and its people, which must end. The Israeli hostages brutally taken.
So because of this fucking ridiculous co-collaboration thing, where Palestinians need the stamp of approval of a token Israeli to even be able to get any attention on their oppression, we get this liberal Zionist fuckhead talking about the hostages, the settler colonists on the Gaza border, and how they are poor little victims, and drawing equivalences between this and the genocide of Gaza.
The crime of October 7th, which must be
the crime of October.
I mean, I have this critique of this speech as well. I think the equivalences are wrong. He should stop making those. I still don't think this makes him an ideological Zionist. Liberal Zionism has a definition. And I don't think that just equivocating October 7th meets that definition. It is a bad thing to do. It is not helpful to the Palestinian struggle.
October 7th, half of a speech on a film about the Israeli genocide of Palestinians is about how Israelis are victims too, because this motherfucker is...
What? What?
Half of a speech on a film about the Israeli genocide of Palestinians is about how Israelis are victims too, because this...
Okay, I thought he said... I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought he said half of the film is about how Israelis are victims too.
This motherfucker is here on the stage. This motherfucker, Hassan, did not question at all. In fact, he praised him and talked about how important it is to have him there.
When I look at Bassel, I see my brother, but we are unequal. We live in a regime where I am free under civilian law, and Bassel is under military laws.
This is specifically just an announcement of the West Bank. What he's talking about there is the system, the legal system in the West Bank.
He's talking about Zionism and Jewish ethnic supremacy. Yeah. The thing that you're saying he doesn't do.
As I said, liberal Zionism fools you with shit like this.
Destroy his life and he cannot control. There is a different path, a political solution without ethnic supremacy.
Like, does this sound like a Zionist to you? Does this sound like a Zionist to you? Is he doing two-statism right now? Or is he saying we can live together in a different path?
With rights for both of our people.
Without ethnic supremacy, with national rights for both of our people. Without ethnic supremacy, but with national rights? What does that mean? Obviously, it's a two-state solution with a division on...
The national rights for both people I definitely think it can be viewed as two-statism. But not necessarily. It can be viewed as that. I understand where he's getting this from. I think it's unclear, potentially intentionally unclear. Yeah, I think it can be viewed as both.
Lines is what he's advocating. Israelis don't deserve any national rights. Give me a fucking break. National rights for Israelis?
And I have to say, as
Okay, so we're just against human rights now, I guess. Okay. We're just against human rights? All right.
The foreign policy in this country...
Kind of mask off there.
...is helping to block this path.
What was done here is like a supposed white ally getting up on stage and like in the same breath as announcing like lynchings of black Americans, bringing up like black attacks on white people and like the problem of anti-white racism or something. It just really is that bad. And if you don't perceive...
What?
Like a supposed white ally getting up on stage and like in the same breath as announcing like lynchings of black Americans, bringing up like black attacks on white people and like the problem of anti-white racism or something. It just really is that bad. And if you don't perceive it as such, that's the whole problem. That's Jewish exceptionalism.
And you know,
this is all just liberal Zionist fucking drivel, and it's I wouldn't say it's disappointing because I wouldn't have expected it from Hassan, but it's sad that he did not call this out when he had the chance to.
Bro, you made a 42-minute video about a single question and an hour-and-a-half long interview, and you didn't even have the dignity to watch the fucking movie you're talking about. Like...
What he should have said is, why are you here? Why do you need to be here? We should aim for a future where you don't need to be here, where Palestinians do not need the stamp of approval of a talentless token Israeli to get what is happening to them out into the world. Hassan should be advocating against that. Hassan should be fighting back and pushing back against it. If he really was like this...
Yeah, you're right, dude. That's what we should be doing. As pro-Palestinians, we should be really attacking the one like Israeli journalist who is putting his body on the line to stand in solidarity with Palestinians. This is a really good use of our time. We should all take notes from this guy. I think, yeah, this, you know, he's obviously earned this perspective. Really great take here.
Palestinian radical that he frames himself as, he should be helping to move the needle, to make sure that this sort of thing solely...
It's also awesome because there are legitimate things that Yuval can be criticized for. You know? Like I said, like I criticize him at the beginning of this segment, throughout this segment, I've criticized him many times. And he's not even doing that. Like this is the most like low effort, just like, ooh, I gotta push record on my camera and go record this take so I get my YouTube revenue. Like, I genuinely don't think you're interested in the justice or like solving of this problem. I don't. I think you're a fucking clown. I think you should go outside and you should knock on a door and you should get involved with actual leftist organizations in your community and try to build power. Because I think it would change you. I think Bad Empanada would change as a person if he was actually forced to build any actual real power in his real community. Go knock a fucking door, dude. Knock on a fucking door and advocate for what you believe in to that person that answers. You're going to do it for probably a week before you find anybody that is that fucks with anything you're saying right now.
But surely dissipates and fades away. To make sure that Jewish exceptionalism dissipates and fades away. Because while his fans love to make excuses for him by saying that he's like part of a pipeline or something like that, where he like intentionally regulates his rhetoric to get mainstream attention and try and push people towards like more radical creators or something like that, is the way I've seen you guys make excuses for him on this shit. The fact of the matter is that what he does and says contradicts what people like me say, contradicts what the people who are actually trying to move the needle say. So,
oh, you're actually well, I would love to know, Bad Empanada, what the fuck are you doing to move the needle? Wait, oh, that's so so people like me who are actually trying to move the needle. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Look at my YouTube channel. I am actually moving the needle. Look at all of my takes are very correct. I'm always correct. I'm always saying the correct thing on the internet. Look at me. I'm doing it. I'm moving the needle by being the most correct. Like, okay. Cool, dude.
I think his fans are going...
Like, this level of self-importance is just so...
PogChamp.
It's very, very... It's just like, it's right here. It's just like the main thing that he's presenting is like, I'm the arbiter of truth. And also, like, it's really funny. Here, check this out. So I levied a very specific criticism against him. Right? Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. It's okay. I think somebody shared it in the Discord. Oh, yeah, here. Why is my Discord being weird? So as is custom, not one single person who insists that I'm wrong is able to come talk to me and explain how. Yeah, it's because you're banned on every fucking platform that anybody wants to be on, dumbass. Like, only one T with this Zionist reversed genocide framing of Palestinian liberation. The slaves can't be freed because they'd seek revenge. Like, this is so emblematic of his entire problem. Like, genuinely, his entire problem. You think this very specific criticism I'm making of you, Bad Empanada, and you're like, well, I'm simply a stand-in for all of Palestinian liberation. So by doing this, you must be criticizing all Palestinian liberation. And you know what? I'm also represent the slaves too. Like, you don't think this reads as like fucking psychopathic? Like, I'm sorry. Like, this is like textbook narcissism, bro. You think that any criticism levied at you can just hide behind Palestinian liberation and like slaves? I'm criticizing you, motherfucker. You're not the Palestinian liberation, you piece of shit. I'm talking about you.
to be put on a pipeline, I think they go to him and he's a dead end. Ultimately, what needs to happen here is that stuff like this needs to be challenged. Hassan often invokes like South Africa as a great example of what to aim for. South Africa is a shithole, and South Africa is specifically a shithole because the whites were totally coddled with the process that resulted in the end of apartheid. Nothing was meaningfully...
Yeah, he speaks for Palestinians, right. In fact, he speaks for like the Palestinians on the stage here. He speaks for the Palestinians in the community, in the film, who Yuval is like he spent 5 years with, you know. But listen, like I said, like somebody should really send this. Somebody should really send this to those Palestinians. I bet they don't even know. I bet they don't even know how big of a pawns these Palestinians are for the liberal Zionism. Somebody should send this to them. I'm sure they would love to find out. Like, you know, if only they knew that Bad Empanada was like, you know, was criticizing them because they allowed an Israeli journalist to document the fucking war crimes happening against them.
Were no reparations, nothing. No return of land, nothing. No justice against the oppressors, nothing. And if you like continue to enable this sort of thing, if you continue to spread and uphold Jewish...
Oh, by the way, I haven't shouted out subs in a long time. Uneven Mars, thank you for the resub. Legit Savage, thank you for the gifted. Mao Zedong, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Jeltzy also gifted a sub. I don't think I shouted that one out. Thank you. Kyle Beelzebub, thank you for the resub. Spam Tana, thank you for the resub. And Peacefire Now, too. Thank you for the resub. I'm sorry, I've been fucking just zoned in, bro. About Tree Fitty, thank you for the 5 gifted. I've been zoned in, bro. I'm locked in, dude.
You're going to get a South Africa, and we don't want a South Africa. And this is ultimately another point that you're going to need to come to terms with as well, because in any sort of remotely just and acceptable solution to the Palestinian question, you're going to need to understand that it's going to come at the cost of Israelis, because Israelis live at the cost of Palestinians. They stole Palestinian land. They stole Palestinian homes. They have inflicted unimaginable pain on the Palestinian people for their own benefit. So there's no like happy ending here where everyone comes out happy. Palestinian liberation necessitates Palestinians.
JP Dawn or JD Pond Dawn, thank you for the gifted sub. By the way, did you change your name? I saw you're like a 3-month sub, but I don't recognize the screen name.
Being materially given back what has been taken from them. This imagined fantasy world where we get Israeli allies and we all sing Kumbaya together and we sign like the equal rights paper to magically fix everything.
Yeah, I did before, Becca, but he got banned off Twitter, so his reply is no longer there. But I did talk about it earlier.
Just result in another South Africa, and we don't want another South Africa. We want restitution. We want material justice. And material justice is necessarily going to have to come at the cost of those who have taken from the victims, not fighting by their side. And someone like Yuval Abraham would never in a million years accept something like that. Maybe.
Yeah, you don't know that. Like source? Source? You don't know that.
His best day, he would accept it in the West Bank, which is full-on liberal Zionism still. South Africa is a good example of like the international pressure you can put on Israel, but it's not a good example of what to aim for. Ultimately, what Hassan does and says leads people away from the truth, which is that Israelis are not simply a complicit population because they are propagandized into being as such. It's that Israel is a country for them.
Where does he disagree with Hassan here? Because you may have missed it. You know, because you know, using him in the title and in the thumbnail, you think that it might be like a substantive critique of Hassan, but instead it's just one question that he asked the Palestinian filmmakers of this. Yeah, a single question that he asked, not the Israeli filmmaker, because the Israeli filmmaker was not on his stream. It was the Palestinian filmmaker.
It is run for their interest. They profit handsomely from it. And in a situation like that, it is a complete liberal, like feel-good fantasy to imagine that we're going to bring down Israel by appealing to the sensibilities of Israelis and convincing them that what they're doing is wrong. Because
literally nobody has said that. Another straw man. Nobody has nobody has said that is the path forward. You're just making things up. Like you're actually just ghosts. You're boxing ghosts. It's just so silly.
Because deep down they know what they're doing is wrong in that it hurts a ton of people, but they benefit from it, so they're happy with it. And ultimately, even many of the supposed allies, like Yuval Abraham here, are happy.
Supposed allies. I'm just repeating myself at this point. This guy hasn't done fucking dick to be an ally to Palestinians compared to Yuval. Not a fucking thing, dude. Not a fucking thing. Show receipts, man. Show the receipts, bro. What Palestinians are you accountable for, bro?
Supposedly pro-Palestinian film.
I question if Baden Panada would have made this video if the film didn't win the award. Fuck no, he wouldn't have. Of course he wouldn't.
To spread disgusting Israeli colonial propaganda about how the hostages are poor little victims and October 7th was a massive crime, rather than the predictable response to Israeli colonialism. Because if he got what he wants, what you would end up with is a Zionist solution, aka a two-state solution.
Yeah, again, you don't like you're just making stuff up. You're just making things up. This is all your headcanon. This is not based in any like reality. It's not based on any of Yuval's takes. You're just making things up.
He does not want to give up his privileges. He wants a sort of negotiated settlement to make himself feel better while still ultimately upholding the Zionist goal of a Jewish ethno-state on Palestinian land. This guy should not even be there. And we can work towards a situation where people like him would not be there to spout that disgusting liberal Zionist propaganda on stage and appropriate what should have been a moment of Palestinian advocacy. But it takes effort.
Oh yeah, bagged potato. We actually do have that. Hold on. Here are his plans, his great plans for this, you know. Here, let me find it. Here we go. Here they are. He said concentration camps for all Israelis. That's his grand idea. Yeah. This is leftist, by the way. Mass imprisonment, super leftist, very justice oriented, very cool.
It takes
reverse the apartheid. That's listen, this is the whole thing. This is where this all started, chat. This is where this all started because he read my critique of him and he got very upset. He got very, very upset. Because I said some people aren't actually interested in restoring justice or ending the apartheid. They don't want to break down the walls or tear down the prisons. They want to be on the right side of the wall and holding the keys to the prison. They want retribution and revenge. That was the tweet that started this whole fucking thing.
Real risk. I don't think Hassan Parker is going to be taking on that risk anytime soon. He's going to wait for others to take on the risk, to move the needle, to do what needs to be done, to say what needs to be said. And then years...
Yeah, he said Hassan won't get shot for you. He said Hassan won't get shot with you. Which agreed. I mean, he won't. It's true. It's true. Like, JPEG was right. He's right. You should know this too, chat. You should know this. Hassan will not get shot with you. It's true. It's true.
Years down the line, he will take credit for it as if he was on board with this the whole time. He could use his massive platform to talk about what I'm talking about here and to really help to change things, to really, really legitimately help to expose a ton of people to fundamental...
I got perma'd earlier for commenting on this subject. You mean Bad and Banada? Yeah, I think he's just trying to avoid the drama.
Systemic critique.
And rightfully so. Why the fuck? This is what Bad and Panada wants. He wants there to be beef between him and Hassan. And when he couldn't get it, he said, "Oh, I'll go for this guy instead," and came for me. Like, it's so obvious and clear, dude.
Well, what it is and why Israelis are so supportive of. But rather than that, he spreads this notion of Israelis as victims themselves of propaganda and helps to reinforce Jewish exceptionalism, which is ultimately the framework that results in the Western support of Israel that Hassan pertains to be against. Words are meaningless. Practice is what matters. And Hassan can say...
Bro, I hope he's watching. If you're watching Bad and Panada, please go fucking outside. Go knock on a door. Go build something in the real world. Organize. Go organize. And you will find how quickly your attitude and your perspective on politics is not fucking like going to get you anywhere. You have to meet people where they are. That is a core part of organizing.
Is for a one-state solution as much as he wants. He can critique liberal Zionism as much as he wants. But ultimately, The way that he pushes people towards thinking are counterproductive to achieving a one-state solution and counterproductive to fighting liberal Zionism. Look, ultimately, this isn't about Hassan Piker. This is way bigger than him, because there is a reason why you'll never see him not regulate his rhetoric like this, and it's a fear of Jewish exceptionalism. You know, there's a reason why when some Zionist idiot says to him, oh, but you don't care about the hostages. He's like, oh, yeah, I've talked about the hostages. Here's all the times I've talked about the hostages. Rather than the proper response to that, which would be, why the fuck are those people living in settlements surrounding Gaza?
Like, again, he's just like, this is the correct take. Here, listen to my correct take. And if you guys were correct, it would be better. You know, like, this is meaningless.
Anyway, ever thought about that?
He's just like, I want to have the correct take on the internet. This is his whole thing.
How depraved and disgusting you have to be to do that. And even aside from like the moralistic component of it, they clearly serve the purpose for colonialism and must have known what they were getting into by living there. He won't say anything like that. He will just defend himself on the terms of the Zionists. Same thing with, say, October 7th rape allegations. Rather than saying there's no evidence whatsoever beyond just Israeli Zionists saying so, that there were any rapes on October 7th, he will say, well, you know, maybe there were rapes on October 7th, but that doesn't change the dynamic for me. He will not properly explain the context of these bullshit allegations and their wider history in justifying colonial genocides of the past. He will rather, again, respond in the terms of the Zionists and take the supposed rapes as like a possibility.
Please don't encourage this guy to organize. No, I encourage everybody to organize. You will be a better, like, your politics will get better. You know? Your politics would get better.
Ridiculous notion that he doesn't platform Israeli.
How do you respond to a similar critique by someone like Ali Abu Mina, who is a Palestinian and dedicated activist? Are they making this critique? Are they actually making this actual critique? Because I don't know any that are.
Voices, and he doesn't allow Israelis to be heard, like the poor marginalized.
Yes. Okay. Can you show me? I have shown when we started this, before I even talked about anything with this, I showed Nerdine's response to me, who's the organizer with Within Our Lifetime. I've shown a lot of different. We read the BDS camp, like we read all of these. You know, we've checked it out. We've looked at it.
Israelis. His response.
Ali Abu Mina. I have great admiration for Basil, and he's doing his best to reach the world, but the politics around this film deserve more than just cheering and adulation. Aside from all there is to be said about Yuval Abraham, which others have said well, which he's referencing his tweets, it's significant to me that the film was funded by the EU. Oh, I didn't actually know that. Bitter enemies of the rights of the Palestinian people. Fanatical supporters of Zionism and avid enablers of the genocide in Gaza. The reason the EU is, however, willing to fund a film that portrays Palestinians in the occupied West Bank as victims and Israelis as aggressors and others as saviors. Okay, I disagree with this categorization of the film. I don't think that Yuval is ever presented as a savior in the film. I don't think that is supported by the text. I don't think that's supported by the film at all. Is solely because that supports the EU agenda of racial and ethnic segregation through the so-called two-state solution, the explicit goal of preserving Israel for eternity as a Jewish supremacist regime, a vicious form of apartheid marketed as peace and coexistence. Is it okay? It's important to understand the politics of why Westerners are encouraged and permitted to emote about Palestinians on the West Bank in an EU-funded film. While the very same EU and its leaders spread atrocity propaganda and lies about October 7th, in order to justify and encourage the ongoing Israeli genocide in Gaza. The Oscar win came a day after the EU issued a repulsive statement effectively endorsing Netanyahu's decision to once again cut aid to all of Gaza. Here is the vile EU and Israel statement, falsely blaming Hamas for violating the ceasefire. And after providing political cover and justification for Israel's latest genocidal crime of cutting off all food supplies to Gaza, here's the very same EU boasting about funding no other land. Are we just expected to cheer in the face of this monstrous cynicism? I think this is a valid criticism. This is not similar. Yeah, I agree, Carl. I think this is a valid criticism. I actually didn't even know that they were funded by EU. This would have been interesting info for Badam Panada to include in his film or in his video. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. That is interesting. This is a very much more substantial critique of the film. However, I don't think I don't think really grapples with the content of the film. I think the content of the film is largely ignored here. However, the circumstances surrounding it, I think this is a valid critique of. And I felt the same way about this, where, you know, again, I think a lot of people are seeing this and they're seeing, oh, BDS is posting about No Other Land. They're not advocating for people to boycott the film in this. I think if they were, it would be said very explicitly. I don't think that is their case. I think they're just pointing out the nature of the production and why, you know, things that are important context to have around it. You know, the EU funded it. Damn, we must live under capitalism, have a brain. I mean, I think especially for documentary filmmaking, like as a documentary filmmaker, it's impossible to get people's, like, you have to have funding from unsavory sources. The film wouldn't have been made, probably. The content of the film doesn't really matter. The coexistence discourse is the issue. Have you read we read the Muhammad al-Kurd book. You understand that literally in the thing that you're reading from, he talks about how the content of the film is always ignored. Like in the text that you are referencing, he talks about how the content is ignored in favor of conversations around the identity of the people who made it. That's exactly my point. The content does matter, though. That's Muhammad al-Kur's point, is that the content does fucking matter. He's critiquing other journalists who don't grapple with the content of the film. And that's my biggest problem with all of this too, is that the content of the film is very good. The content of No Other Land is great. It's a good fucking movie. It really is good. If I knew nothing about the conflict and I watched that, it would not be complicated for me anymore. And I can speak to this a little bit more personally too, because when I was like, you know, a young kid, 19 years old in 2012, okay? In 2012, I had a Palestinian friend from Gaza who taught me a lot. He was a very good friend of mine, and we worked on a lot of stuff together, and he changed my perspective. But he also told me to watch a movie called 5 Broken Cameras. And 5 Broken Cameras is an incredible documentary that was also nominated for Best Documentary Feature. It was also co-directed by an Israeli. 5 Broken Cameras is co-directed by an Israeli. Now, I think there are qualitative differences and critiques that you can make of both of these films. 5 Broken Cameras does not feature the Israeli co-director ever. 5 Broken Cameras is exclusively about the Palestinians in the West Bank in this specific village resisting their occupation. And it's an incredible film, and it totally dedicated me for my entire life to the freedom of Palestine. That film changed my life in a big fucking way. And I think that this film has the potential to be that for other people. I do think that the inclusion and the like Yuval is a main character in this film. In No Other Land, you know? He's in the movie a lot. And I think that makes No Other Land, I think there are criticisms you can make of the film itself on that perspective and on that point, right? But if we're just making the criticism that it has an Israeli director from that Muhammad al-Kurd section, you have to apply that also to 5 Broken Cameras. And I don't think people I don't think that's valid. I think 5 Broken Cameras is a very important film. It's incredibly important. To clarify, the West and the reviewers are ignoring the content and will always ignore the content because the coexistence narrative is more self-gratifying, but you're not... who is doing that? So if the discourse around the movie is all that's going to be pushed, then that's pushing normalization, and we must reject that. So you're literally just saying like the content of the film doesn't matter. Like it feels to me, this just feels like as long as an Israeli is involved in a Palestinian film, then we must ignore it. Which I think flies in the face of the fucking reality of the documentary industry, which is that despite having an Israeli director on this project, it still doesn't have US distribution. Like somehow this was like super beneficial for Yuval to make this project, and that it was like a surefire way for him to, you know, to get like props or something. Like that this was some kind of like selfish way for him to move forward. Also, Donnie, I'm just going to give you, we're not attacking you, okay? I'm addressing your claim calmly. Please don't use, like, this is never going to be a good path for you to go down, just so you know. Like, using specific Palestinians or, like, saying most Palestinians are not a monolith. You don't do this for any, like, marginalized group ever. It's just, like, you know, back up your opinions on your own merits. You don't have to hide behind these people, because there's Palestinians in the chat who disagree with you. You know, like they're not a monolith. People have various opinions on all this shit. I mean, isn't the film aware of its context and viewership? Like if the film's aim is to get the word out, then their audience is going to be reactionary racist. And they know that going into it. I think Basil made the conscious choice to attach it together in this way so it could reach lips and stuff. Yes. And I think some people are critiquing that on its own, which I think is a valid critique. I don't think that Palestinians need an Israeli perspective attached to Palestinian perspective they shouldn't need that for libs to respect their perspective, you know? And I think that's a valid critique, but it's not really the fault of Palestinians or Israelis. It's the fault of a Western audience that is, you know, they shouldn't need that. But that's what they should need, and what they do need is those are different things. And so yes, to get the film seen by more people, Yuval's inclusion was helpful. Let's say that, you know, because I'm saying, I'm a documentary filmmaker. I have tried to make documentary films about radical topics. I followed for 2 years, for two and a half years. I followed a friend of mine, a comrade of mine, and I shot all the fucking time, no pay, just me going out with my camera and my lights, documenting a city council race by Albert Corrado. And he was running for city council in the same district that his sister was murdered by the LAPD in. And he was running on an explicitly abolitionist, policy line. And I documented that campaign from the beginning to end. And it's a beautiful story, in my opinion. That story is an incredible story that explores grief. It explores how to become whole after a tragic event. It explores anger with our political system. It explores so many different beautiful things. And I applied to so many grants and got rejected from all of them. All of them. And it wasn't because of the quality of my work. It wasn't because of the quality of my work. It was because of the content. It's because these films are not, the capital is in charge. And if your movie, especially in documentary, if your movie doesn't have a dead white woman in it, and it's not a crime story, then you're not going to fucking get your movie made. I think that a similar dynamic probably exists with Palestinians who are looking to make their own films. And also, I have done what I can, in my power, to break this standard down as well. Like, I have organized since October of 2023. I immediately I got with my community and I started organizing in-person screenings of Palestinian films to humanize the Palestinian people. Like I've done this. I've done it. I'm a part of this work. You know, like I've done the work. I'm trying to showcase more Palestinian film and more Palestinian perspectives. I'm like, this isn't abstract. You know, I don't know what else is needed. You know. To be honest, as a Palestinian, I'm so fucking tired of hearing from Western leftists that are so fucking missing the point. Because I can have these conversations with other Palestinians, but Bad Empanada is a CIA op, and some chatters are just fucking idiots. And sorry to ask the good one. I was literally in that village and did not do half of what Yuval did. So you, as someone who has not even been there, shut the fuck up. Sorry again, but just want to say my piece. Good night. Yeah, you're always welcome here, Rami. Rawi.
Is not to correctly surmise that, you know, it's ridiculous to expect us to platform people from the oppressor group as if...
Yes, I've read Nerdine's critiques. She fucking replied to my tweet, man. I know. Yes, I like... Nerdine replied to my tweet. I know.
What they say regarding their victims is...
I can disagree. I have the utmost respect for Nerdine. I can disagree with her on this specific topic. Like, that doesn't mean I don't think her activism is fucking awesome and that I won't stand in defense of her, like, on everything. Even on this, if she was in here, I would just listen and take whatever she said, you know? Like, it is what it is. Like, what is this? Cinebi? Wait, can you watch this here? Is this like a fake website or what? It's like a pirate website?
Care about, like, obviously they're way more likely to support that. Duh, they benefit from it. His response is rather to be like, I've spoken to many Israelis who criticize Israel. I've spoken to many Jews who criticize Israel. Ultimately, he doesn't contest the terms of Jewish exceptionalism. He accepts them and he perpetuates them. And you should think about why that is.
Yeah, chat. Let this be a warning. When you get too fucking internet brained, this is a warning for me, dude. I need to go to KC Tenants right now. I need to get the fuck out of my... I just moved to Kansas City and I'm already like, I need to get the fuck off the internet right now. I need to log the fuck off right now and go get involved with actual people building actual power. Like, holy shit. I still appreciate Bad Empanada for hounding Ethan for so long. Yeah. We can have critical support of Bad Empanada in those moments too. But I think this last take was just... And I probably wouldn't even have mentioned it on stream if he wasn't so fucking psychotic and annoying. You know? If he didn't come after me and we just it just was just that tweet, I probably would have just ignored it. But he can eat a dick. Listen, Bad Empanada has been pro-Palestinian since 2020. Oh, wow. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck, that's so long. Wow, holy my god. Oh my god. Since 2020? What? Really? I was organizing sit-ins to fight for divestment in 2013, dude. We were sitting in on my fucking administration's building. We were taking over entire floors of buildings, doing the shit that the SJP is still doing now. And we were doing it with 12 fucking people fighting for divestment in 2013. Okay. I just don't know where these people get their confidence. This is not a who did it first. I'm just saying I hope he's not a grifter. He is a grifter, bro. He is a grifter. Now we are against what BDS says, I guess. Man, will you shut the fuck up? Have you even read the BDS article? Do they ever say anywhere in that to not watch the movie? Like, I don't know why. Where are you coming from? Where are you coming? Where is this coming? Where are you coming from? Are you just a Bad Empanada fan or something? Like, what is your personal interest in this? And making a fool out of yourself? Watch this. He's not on our side, bro. The fuck you mean he's on our side, dude? He's not on my side. I'm on Yuval's side. I'm on the side of the people who are standing. This guy, look. This guy screaming at IDF soldiers. I'm on his side. I'm on his side, and Bad Empanada has firmly planted himself on the other side. All right? This is who I'm in solidarity with the people on this side, the Palestinians who he's standing in front of. You see this? The Palestinians that are behind him whenever he's yelling at the IDF. I'm on that side, okay? Let's get this fucking clear. Bad Empanada just made a 40-minute video talking about he's not on that side. Okay, so hey Donnie, you haven't seen the movie. I'm gonna give you a week off to go watch the movie. How about that? How about you go watch the movie? And then you can come back and you can tell me how dumb you were and you can apologize. I'm trying to fucking piss.
אם את לא נרגעת, אני מעכב אותך. If you don't stop, you're a tourist. This is Israeli army. At your face. תעוף אחורה, תעוף. אני זז. מי אתה שתגיד משהו שאתה נוגע ככה בחיילים? תתבייש. חייל ישראלי. מי נגעתי? במי נגעתי? עדיין שלי לטלפון. במי נגעתי? חצוף. גם גנב וגם נגעתי נשים. יאללה, אידיוט, קדימה. לא. תקשיבי, תגיד לה טוב, תקשיבי. אם את לא נרגעת, אני מעכב אותך. If you don't stop, you're a tourist. This is Israeli army. At your face. תעוף אחורה, תעוף. אני זז. מי אתה שתגיד משהו שאתה נוגע ככה בחיילים? תתבייש. חייל ישראלי. מי נגעתי? במי נגעתי? עדיין שלי לטלפון. במי נגעתי? חצוף. גם גנב וגם נגעתי נשים. יאללה, אידיוט, קדימה. לא. תקשיבי, תגיד לה טוב, תקשיבי. אם את לא נרגעת, אני מעכב אותך. If you don't stop, you're a tourist. This is Israeli army. At your face. תעוף אחורה, תעוף. אני זז. מי אתה שתגיד משהו שאתה נוגע ככה בחיילים? תתבייש. חייל ישראלי. מי נגעתי? במי נגעתי? עדיין שלי לטלפון. במי נגעתי? חצוף. גם גנב וגם נגעתי נשים. יאללה, אידיוט, קדימה.
Okay. Oh God. That's so fucking annoying. Anyway, here's another actual critique of Quds News Network. Palestinian Campaign for Academic and Cultural Boycott of Israel stated that the No Other Land film, which won the Oscar for Best Documentary, normalizes the occupation of Palestine and violates the boycott and anti-normalization principles agreed on by the BDS movement. Why does PACBI consider the film to be normalizing? The Palestinian Campaign for Academic Culture Boycott of Israel revealed its position regarding the film in No Other Land, opposing it because it violates the boycott and anti-normalization principles agreed on by the BDS. The film was co-produced by Close Up, an initiative that aims to normalize relations between Arab and Israeli filmmakers. PACBI has previously called for a boycott of this particular initiative. The film was co-produced by Close Up. Yeah, I just read that. Israeli members did not make clear statements condemning the Israeli genocide in Gaza. Some of them made statements that equate the colonizer and the colonized, which undermines the Palestinian struggle for liberation. Jackie! What's up, Jackie? How are you? Welcome in. It's been a hot one tonight, Jackie, so you're coming into a hot one, I'll tell you that. Although the team issued a statement after winning the Oscar, which mentioned the Nakba, settler colonialism, and ethnic cleansing, it did not identify Israel as the perpetrator of these crimes. Yeah, we've read the BDS statement already. This is a secondary source. Palestinians don't need permission or legalization of Israelis to narrate their history. True. Present experiences, dreams, and resistance, including artistic resistance against colonial oppression. Agreed. Palestinians struggle to challenge the racist conditions, whether explicit or implicit, imposed by the colonial West with its dominant institutions, which do not give a platform to them except with permission or legitimacy by Israeli party. Critiquing the movie on the merits of an award speech is insane. I mean, it's not even that. They're like, it's the award speech and like his tweets. Which again, like, I agree, those are bad. The speech equivocated October 7th in Israeli violence. I said that's bad. You shouldn't do that. I've said that. I've said that already, like 100 times. You know, it's not useful. It's not helpful. Yuval has some worse takes even on Twitter. However, I weigh those. I keep those in my mind when I'm thinking about Yuval. And I'm thinking about his like activism, because I have to weigh that against the fucking 90-minute film in which he is standing with Palestinian people and taking extreme risks and making extreme sacrifices to be there with him, to be there with the people. Okay? So I don't care. And if you think this is a useful form of purity testing, that you need to see the tweets, every tweet that somebody has ever made before you stand next to them against a fucking oppressor, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, it's not just the Palestinian filmmakers associating with him either. It's the entire community. The entire community of that village is like in solidarity with. They appreciate it. They appreciate the solidarity. It's in the movie. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You don't have to hypothesize about what Palestinians think. There's a fucking movie about it, bruh. There's a 90-minute movie about it. They question him. They talk to him about him being Israeli in the movie, and it's so frustrating. You guys don't see the movie. Just watch the movie. Just watch the fucking movie. Oh man, this is a good stream. Should we watch another movie? It's 1 a.m. Should we watch a movie? A movie about a similar topic. Let's all watch One Piece. Actually, I had something different in mind. I had a documentary that I have been wanting to watch for a while. It's called Under African Skies. And it's about the creation of the album Graceland, which was made in South Africa in partnership with South African artists. Tomorrow night, movie night. I think I'm just going to play it right now. Paul Simon. Yeah, he broke BDS to do it. Yeah. I think this is actually way more, like, there's way more to be mad about with this and Paul Simon. Like Paul Simon is arrogant in this. He is selfish in this production. There's a lot more to criticize here. If we're actually like, I think, but this is an interesting conversation about, like about cultural boycotts and the whole conversation around them. And it's never like the South African people were not in total agreement on this either. There was a lot of different opinions about this. And yeah, I fucking love this album. I love it. It's one of my favorite albums of all time. It means a lot to me personally. I don't know. It's a 2-hour doc, but should we check it out? Or should we save it for tomorrow? He's racist? I believe that. I'd watch it tomorrow. Yeah, it is super late. I don't know. I feel here's my situation. Because I moved to Kansas City. Everything is now 2 hours later. I don't have the stamina. You're right, chat. You're right. No, let's do it tomorrow, dude. I can't do it. I'm at like this point. It's 1:20. I'm like, I've only been live for 5 hours. I used to do 8 hours regular, bro. And now I have to fucking wait until 8:30 until Hassan goes offline. Motherfucker. Need sleep. Good night. Okay, well, here. We'll watch it tomorrow night. This will be our movie night for tomorrow night. The time is changing tomorrow night too. Oh, dude, I know. And my fucking... Yo, listen to this shit. My birthday is on Sunday. My birthday is on Sunday, and they're taking an hour from my fucking birthday. They're trying to take an hour from my bro. I got a 23-hour birthday, bro. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that, dude? Yeah, you can't just give me another day, an hour from a different day that's not my birthday. That's not how this works. That's not how that works at all, bro. How old are you turning? 32. 32. You hitting the big 4-0? No. Trump will fix that for you? Dude, actually, low-key, the only good thing Trump has offered is getting rid of daylight savings time. Fuck daylight savings time. Yeah, we watched that at the beginning, Raylan. It's awesome. It's very cool. Well, okay, I think I'm going to end it then. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll do the movie night tomorrow. I promise, on my hands and knees, I promise we will do Yakuza tomorrow. We just got through. Here's the thing with Yakuza. These games always have like some lulls in them. We just got through the lull. It's about to get fucking sick again. It's about to get really fucking cool again, you know? So it's going to come. We're going to happen. Chuck dies with 25 gifted right before we leave. Thank you, Chuck.
25 subscriptions to the community.
Civ 7 again when? I think as soon as I get into my new house, that is going to be that's going to be a priority, is organizing civilization leftist nights. All your favorite leftist streamers. I'm talking Mike from PA. I'm talking Boy. I'm talking Vio. I'm talking Grimlow. All right. We're going to do multiplayer Civ nights. We did them before. Carter is invited. Yes. Invite Bad Empanada. Oh my God. True. Sean's down. I'm down. I would love to have Sean on. I don't know if Sean plays Civ though. But you guys don't know, we did one. We had a Civ 6. Mason 2 for sure, dude. Mason 2 for sure. We did a Civ Invitational. It was Jaina. It was Grimlow. It was. We did one with chat too. Like it was like a test to see how the multiplayer worked. But it was like Jason D100, Jaina Splinters, Nandre was in it. Joan Adams. Did you get Black Red Guard? He's starting to stream. Yeah, he does play Civ too. I'm down. I don't have any real actual critiques of him, but something about I don't know what to think about him. He had ACP on, and he can be kind of like wild, like a live wire. You know what I mean? Chuck Dies, thank you for the gifted sub. Also, look at this.
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm right.
When people ask, why haven't you audited the mayor's homelessness program? We tried. The backstory on the audit. The federal judge initiated the audit after learning that LA's independently elected city controller is blocked by the city attorney from being allowed to audit the mayor's signature homeless program Inside Safe. Yerp.
Mustard on a beat, bro, deep, bro, he a freak, though, man down, call like Amber Lambs, tell him breathe.
Carter called that position ridiculous at a hearing in January, adding that the court overseen review may be the only independent audit of the city's homelessness spending in decades. Dude, I also love the city Letterman jacket with the corgis and the city Letterman jacket. That's so sick. Mejia for mayor all the fucking way, dude. Yes. Mejia for mayor always. You love to see it. Okay. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Thank you for being reasonable and not, for being a chill place to have this conversation. I always feel like when I come on stream, sometimes I'm like, oh man, chat's really going to have a problem with my take today. I'm going to be fighting uphill a battle on this one, you know what I mean? And then every time I say that, y'all are fucking right on my same wavelength, We are the worst for real? No, I'm saying the opposite. Will you debate Bad Empanada? No, he's banned on this platform. Sorry. He should get, if he gets unbanned, maybe. Yeah, I feel like I did like 3 hours of reacting to his content tonight, so he should know my opinions very, very clearly now. You could probably change his mind. I don't care. I don't care to. He's not somebody I am concerned with changing his mind. I do not care. Who gives a shit? Yeah, for real, dude. At least you ever came that doubt. I still struggle with it every stream. Yeah, we're chilling. I mean, like, seriously, this community is so fucking awesome. And you're going to continue being awesome over in Tofu Ghost's chat, all right? Tofu Ghost has an incredible vibe going right now. We're getting a very special Tofu radio session. Tofu has been AFK, if we will, for a while, and has returned. And when Tofu returns, we fucking sit and we listen, okay? We fucking sit and we enjoy it, all right? Please go blow this shit up. Like, for real, blow this shit the fuck up. Let's get Tofu, like, tipped up. Let's get her all the way to, bringing back news and politics streams. This is really important. I love Tofu. I take so much inspiration for Tofu on this stream. Like, Tofu is my guiding light. Tofu is the GOAT. The GOAT. My favorite streamer on the whole platform. We got to get her to the gun range. I'm actually very happy to announce we did do that off stream. Tofu and I went to the gun range together in LA before I left. And it was awesome. It was fucking awesome.